broke on Twitter, man. It still lets me stream to Twitter, but it doesn't let me change the title anymore. Watch, I guarantee you it's going to be the same title as it was last. Yeah, you eat the bugs, even though I changed the title and it changed for everything else. It was this title, Destiny Owned and Trump Tax Debate, for so long before I even noticed. But I kind of found a workaround to it. It's just really annoying. It's the first thing. I don't know if this will come up. Last time it didn't sound like CTV even accepted that Trump was in favor of broad-based tariffs, but (2024) GOP platform. Says that Republicans will support baseline tariffs on foreign-made goods. And then Agenda 47. Technically, it just says most. It says universal, then most, which kind of preclude each other. But President Donald Trump announced his first American trade plan to reduce the disastrous Biden system of punishing domestic producers and rewarding outsourcers with a new pro-American system of universal baseline tariffs on most foreign products. And then, like, if we just look up Trump speech tariff, there's going to be a lot of things that come up as well.
To help it, but to me it's the most beautiful word in the
tariffs, do you think that will bring in the revenues? To use another bipartisan group, Peterson Institute, they say they only bring in $200 billion. That is that's barely the cost of 2 of your promises.
Yeah, but that's like for what company you're talking about, okay? Look, I brought in with tariffs, and I was just getting started. Then COVID came, and we had because I tell you what, I did a very good job in COVID. Nobody knew what the hell it was. I call it the China virus because I like being a little more accurate. But when that came, but we got hundreds of billions of dollars just from China alone, and I hadn't even started yet. But tariffs are two things, if you look at it. Number one is for protection of the companies that we have here and the new companies that will move in, because we're going to have thousands of companies coming into this country. We're going to grow it like it's never grown before, and we're going to protect them when they come in, because we're not going to have somebody undercut them. And I could give you an example of this if you want. Would you like me to? Because it just I just found out about it. So I've been talking about for the last year about Detroit and how horribly it has been. Disadvantage. See one of these that all I do is build the plants. If you want to see a plant, we'll go to Mexico. I'll show you the biggest plant.
Oh my God. Okay, I think he just rambles here. I don't know if he. I think there he really only talked about tariffing fucking car companies. He said, if you open one plant in Mexico, we're going to put 2,000,000% tariffs.
Moments ago, former President Donald Trump told voters in Savannah, Georgia, of his plans for incentives to bring foreign companies to the United States. It's all part of his economic plan that he continues to
foreign countries you've been watching, be right in the center of the and closest friends in the whole world. Manufacturing, and it's stripped of jobs and wealth, and our companies were sold off to foreign countries. You've been watching, and it's been a horror show. I've been watching for many years, and we had it stemmed, and then all of a sudden, bad things happened. But boy, I'll tell you, we had it stemmed. If we would have had 4 more years, everything, this would be such a different country right now. We would have had no inflation. You wouldn't have Russia attacking Ukraine. You would have had October 7th with Israel. The Middle East is blowing up. We could be very close to World War III with these characters that don't have any idea what they're doing. But what a shame. In Afghanistan, what a disaster. That was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, I believe. But GE appliances were sold to the Chinese. IBM computers
the most embarrassing
again sold to China. Under Kamala Harris, U.S. Steel is now being sold to Japan. I will stop it. We got to do fast. We got to work fast, but we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let U.S. Steel.
If it's not sold to Japan, there's a good chance it's going to shut down. By the way, that's the whole issue. It's, do you prioritize U.S. ownership, or do you let the plant shut down? But
70 years ago, the greatest company on earth, U.S. Steel. Now it's going to be sold off like it was nothing. We're not going to let that happen. We'll build it up. We'll make it strong, but we're not going to.
Also, like, Japan's our ally, and all the production is still in the U.S. So why should we even care?
But with the vision I'm outlining today, not only will we stop our businesses from leaving for foreign lands, but under my leadership, we are going to take other countries' jobs. Did you ever hear that expression before? Have you ever heard? No, we're going to take other countries' jobs. It's never been stated before. We're going to take their factories, and we had it really rocking 4 years ago. We're going to bring thousands and thousands of businesses and trillions of dollars in wealth back to the good old USA. That's what we're going to be doing it, and doing it fast. And under my plan, American workers will no longer be worried about losing your jobs to foreign nations. Instead, foreign nations will be worried about losing their jobs to America. Going to bring them back. And it won't even be difficult. Your only worry will be deciding which job to take. There will be plenty of them. That will be your biggest problem. Darling, which company should I go with? We're going to bring them back, and we're going to bring them back at levels not to be believed, but you'll believe it in about 2 years from now. You're going to say, wow, that happened fast. You're going to have so many companies wanting to come in because this is where the money is. It won't be if we keep running it like we have for the last 4 years. But this is what they want. This is what they want, and you'll hear the plan. I want German car companies to become American car companies. I want them to build their plants here. I want to beat China in electronics production, and we'll be able to do that easily. We have the greatest genius, the greatest minds here, and then we end up building them in different places. A lot of that's really stupid tax policy. I want GE, IBM, and every other manufacturer. The lowest market, all finding out I was right.
This is the upstate.
Continuing to say tariffs there. God damn it. Everyone is calling Trump tariffs threat. Send U.S. companies scrambling for lobbyists and loopholes. Oh, this is true. By the way, when Trump did his steel tariffs, there were like, I think it was literally tens of thousands of firms applied for exemptions to them, and a lot of them were granted it. It's an insane bureaucratic mess because you do it for national security reasons, but then you want to exempt some firms from it because of also national security reasons. And it's horrible. 2021 research study found that Trump's first-term administration more than likely to exempt companies from import taxes when requests came from lobbying firms that have more political contributions to the Republican Party. No shot. No shot. What about like quotes? This is
Chicago.
The most beautiful word in the dictionary is tariff. It's my favorite word. It needs a public relations firm. What about Trump? NC. Economic speech. Tariff quotes. This, yes. Ring around the collar. Trump floated between 10 and 10% on imports, 10 and 20% for imports to the United States. We're going to have 10 to 20% tariffs in 4 countries that have been ripping us off for years. We're going to charge them 10 to 20% who come to take advantage of our country. Okay. Hopefully, that's good enough. It won't be, but... I swear, Trump calls for... tariffs in speech. Why is it all the fucking New York club thing? Or Chicago, whatever the fuck this interview is, where he just rambles on.
This new American industrialism will create millions and millions of jobs, massively raise wages, make the United States into a manufacturing powerhouse like it used to be many years ago. The centerpiece of my plan is for a manufacturing renaissance, which will be a 15% made in America tax rate. We're cutting the business tax from 21% to 15%. Most competitive tax only for those who make their product in the USA. US-based manufacturers will also be rewarded with expanded research and development tax credits. You'll be able to write off 100% of the cost of heavy machinery and other equipment in the first...
Wow, hey, man. Dude, you could honestly probably sell Trump on a destination-based cash flow tax if his mind was capable of understanding what those words mean. But
American producers, these will be ideal spots for relocating entire industries that we've taken in from other countries. They're going to come in at levels that nobody's ever seen before.
Most beautiful word in the dictionary. How many times has he said that? It's all the fucking... I don't care about the one John Deere quote. Obviously, it's a dumb quote, yes, but... Okay. We'll keep that for now. These I have not read yet, right? So probably will read this one. Does this fucking link work yet? It does. was broken for a little bit. Or maybe it was just my Wi-Fi that was broken. I forget exactly what happened. But I doubt, again, most conservatives are not smart enough to bring this up. So I doubt it will come up. But there was this one Coalition for Prosperous America study. It was claims that a 10% universal tariff on all imports would be beneficial. They basically say, well, if we did 10% on all imports, then we could lower taxes too. And it's dumb for a few different reasons to go over. I mean, the big, like, most obvious one is just like, well, like, this is what, every time people, it infuriates me when people say this, like, oh, guess what? If we did tariffs, we could get rid of income tax. It's like, income tax is a progressive tax. Like, poor people barely pay income tax, but poor people would pay tariffs. Tariffs are a regressive tax. Like, okay. It rests on assumptions that run against established empirical evidence, contradicting hundreds of papers and decades of economic analysis on the effects of tariffs. They have modified well-known and widely tested GTAP model and database in a highly unusual and empirically unsupported ways, making the key assumptions they need to generate the results they sought. The first two key assumptions are that the U.S. labor and capital markets have large amounts of surplus resources that can be used while only minimally raising labor and capital cost. They assume that these resources do not need to be diverted from other competing sectors. This is just like, assume that there is no deadweight loss, and then now tariffs are beneficial. That's crazy. Like, this flies in the face of the evidence. The U.S. economy has essentially operated at near full employment and capital capacity utilization rates for decades outside of the intervening economic downturns. More recently, the U.S. economy has been running hot with high levels of unemployment and capacity utilization. High levels of unemployment, not unemployment. The next key assumption is that tariffs will raise U.S. productivity growth. Finds absolutely no support in the economic literature. Basically every study just finds the exact opposite of this. Like, tariffs tends to reduce productivity growth as firms face less competition and therefore less incentive to innovate and reduce costs. True, resulting in more scarce resources flowing to less competitive firms and away from more competitive and innovative firms and sectors, and reduce scale economies as firms now operate in smaller domestic markets rather than a larger global market. True, indeed, this assumption applies that the Smoot-Hawley tariffs should have brought the U.S. out of the Great Depression. In their underlying model, a full-blown trade war is good for anyone. Good for everyone. Another key assumption is that retaliation is not relevant. The online true retaliation isn't relevant. Guess what? Okay, because tariffs tax exports even without retaliation, because you appreciate exchange rates, and resources that otherwise could have been used to make exports are now going towards making domestic goods. The online CPA report on a 10% tariff ignores the issue. Despite recent experience with tariffs on steel and aluminum, as well as the bilateral tariffs on imports from China, when U.S. trading partners retaliate, U.S. exporters face reduced foreign demand and smaller markets. Further retaliation goes beyond tit-for-tat tariffs and also includes increased application of non-tariff barriers, which are harder for U.S. firms to overcome. While tariffs yield government revenue, they are an inefficient tax with economic costs that inevitably outweigh the gains to producers and tax revenue. Countless peer-reviewed studies in serious journals find this kind of result. Tariffs generally increase output in the protected industry while raising the cost to other firms, who then sell less output, and consumers of the protected items, who then consume less. Jobs may increase in the protected industry, but most studies find that job losses in downstream sectors are much greater. An extreme historical example is the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act of 1930. The U.S. raised tariffs with the objective of stimulating domestic output over imports. Our trading partners retaliated by raising tariffs on U.S. exports. The tariffs were not only ineffective at raising domestic output, but the higher prices reduced domestic demand further, and U.S. export industries suffered from reduced demand abroad. A more recent example is the U.S. tariffs that were imposed starting in 2018, most of which continue to this day. Some argued at the time that foreigners pay the duty. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection Staff tariff collection procedures where the importing firm pays a tariff, and the empirical evidence does not support the argument. The peer-reviewed evidence shows that the U.S. importing firms and consumers paid almost all the increased costs from the tariffs. Critically, like the Smoot-Hawley tariffs, trading partners retaliate against the tariff, harming U.S. export sectors, which is why we had to subsidize the farmers who used to export to China, right? In summary, this study is not only misguided, but intentionally misleading and would otherwise, it would not find support in a serious economics journal. So, you know, we'll see if I think I just had this bookmarked because the link wasn't working, but it seems like it's working now. So okay. I probably want to do. I'm heading to. What's up, Dylan? Welcome to the stream. Toggle heading to. What are you confused about? And do like a jobs thing, and then we'll do like a. Bro, you got 2 viewers. Don't act like you didn't see me. I literally said, "What up, Dylan?" as soon as you typed that message. What do you mean? What's up? Welcome to the stream. How do I pronounce that? Ali Minito? Lol. Not my first comment. What was your first comment? It's the first comment I saw. Inaccurate, bro. Unless it did it send. Look, your first thing was question mark. How are you? I'm doing good right now. How are you? Okay, I can probably do like I really like the Iowa car crop model of explaining it. And then I think What's Wrong with Protectionism had a good way of explaining it too. Although I forget exactly where they put it. What are you doing? Just taking notes right now. Reading and taking notes. Tariffs may protect jobs. GG. Start to protected industries. But they cost jobs in other sectors. A simple way of figuring why this is. Can be explained by the Iowa car crop model. There are 2 ways to make a car. Critically thinking veteran. He and I go way back. Do you? Welcome, Melanie. Yeah, it will be critically thinking veteran. First live? No. Two ways to make a car in America. Yeah, since Prime K's good luck. Okay. I appreciate it. Hopefully we'll do good. First is to manufacture them in Detroit, and the other is to grow them in Iowa. How come my question isn't going through? YouTube censors stuff. I don't know. The YouTube censorship is kind of arbitrary and doesn't really make a lot of sense. I also can't control it. Like on Twitch, I can at least control like some of the banned words and stuff. YouTube does not really have that. I think I can choose words to ban, but I haven't done that. But I don't have as much control over the YouTube moderation as I do the Twitch or Kick moderation. You already know. About the first. So let me tell you. About the second. First you plant seeds, which are the raw materials from which automobiles are constructed. Wait a few months until wheat appears. How come Biden hasn't removed the tariff Trump put in during his first term? Because one, there could be a national security justification for it. The steel tariffs. I don't really see that. Two, he did remove some of them. He let some of them expire. And then three, sometimes when you implement a tariff, then the other country retaliates, and then you don't want to. Well, people will say, I don't know if I even fully. I don't even know if I don't really agree with this. But you don't want to remove your tariff because they could still have the retaliatory tariff up, and you essentially can get screwed. That's why, like, we still have tariffs on German cars from our chicken trade war in the 1980s. Can I donate you $100? Yes or no? I mean, if you really want to, exclamation point TTS in the chat, and there's a donate link. But like, you are under no obligation to do that. Tories took 125 million oligarchs. I don't know. It's this from oligarchs firm after sanctioned. Oh, it's even worse. Oh, it's only 1.25 mil. I thought it was 125 million. I was like, that's completely unhinged, but this is still unhinged, just less so. It's just in the URL it says 125 million. Gotcha, thanks for explaining, bro. Makes sense. Yeah. I donate? If you donated, it should pop up. I don't know. I was gonna. Oh, I think Fox has a. Axis Industries is owned by Russia. Malibu. You don't just spam the entire article in my chat. I don't care. Yeah, it says unhinged if they took money from Russia. Like, what do you want me to say? I'm no fan of the Tories in Britain either. Yeah, but 3 different articles. That kind of makes it worse. It doesn't really make it better. Read long. I'm not doing that. No, I don't care. If we look back historically, once tariffs are in place, they tend to be pretty sticky, and constituents began to defend the tariff itself. We, the United States, have a 25% tariff on imported trucks that go back to the chicken wars of 1963 with the EU, where the European Union kept out chicken out of their markets. In retaliation, we imposed a 25% tariff on trucks. And that continues today. He donated to Trump and Kamala. $6 million got to GOP and $1 million to Trump. And that continues after today. I don't. Most of this, you sent an article about the UK. I don't. So there's always an off-ramp, but there needs to be concentrated work on both sides to avoid these tariffs becoming a more permanent feature of the environment. There's also the issue of, this probably has not happened with steel. But there's also the issue of, like, tariffs do help the, domestic producers shielded by the tariff, even if they have net cost to everyone else. So sometimes you can get lobbying from that group to keep the tariff in place, and then you can have like some level of rational ignorance by voters, and they don't care that much about it, and it stays in place just because the only people actually concerned about the tariff are the people lobbying to protect themselves. Are you worried about how the mass deportations is going to play out? Kinda, yeah. I don't think they're good. I think they basically only have negative effects. If you actually deported a full, 15, 20 million of them, I do think you could see a noticeable negative effect in some places on the economy. But yeah, it's not. I don't think it's good. Yeah, I also don't know if he's gonna do that. I would imagine Trump is gonna do a lot of deportations, probably more than during his first term. But I don't know if he is actually gonna go through with the full on using the fucking military to Alien and Sedition Act deport 20 million people. Okay, which are the raw materials used for cars. Then you wait until wheat appears. Let's say wheat grows. Have you heard of interviews with the new boiler czar? I haven't seen the interviews, but no, I saw this guy means business lol. I saw he picked that one dude. I forget his name. But hasn't he been in other administrations before? Like, wasn't he in previous administrations? So I don't know. Maybe he'll be more chill than he's saying in interviews, considering the fact that he was not mass deporting people in other administrations. Maybe there's some hope there, right? Maybe. You harvest the wheat. Load it onto ships. Sail them eastward into the Pacific Ocean. Then, a few months later, the ships come back with Toyotas on them. Trade is nothing but a form of technology. The fact that there's a place called Japan full of its own people, people in factories, does not matter to America's well-being. His name is Tom Homan. You should watch it. Congressional hearings. It's very entertaining. Yeah, if he's in congressional hearings, that means he's in previous administrations, right? I did look him up, apparently. I already forgot, though, but... Hey, he served during Obama's administration. So, like, who knows if he's... What was he? Border... Sorry, wait, what? This isn't a real... Employed by media... Okay, I guess that's why there's a Wikipedia thing. I was like, that's not a... It's not a real position. I was just confused, but... Director of ICE. Tariffs on global air is good for climate change. So true, Joe Billy. Obama did deport more than Trump did. That's kind of true, but like these deportations are way different. Like Obama was basically turning people around at the border. Trump wants to deport like 20 million people who are already here. It's also not super clear on who he even wants to deport. Like he talked about deporting Haitians, right? Haitians are technically here legally under the temporary protected status, right? So he'd have to do something to get rid of that. It's not entirely clear whether he wants to deport a lot of the asylum seekers. Like, these are radically different in the way that they go about it, right? Like, Obama protected a lot of people who are already here with DACA, which Trump is likely going to repeal. Although, I'm pretty sure legally he is entitled to do that. Like, the DACA shit might not even be legally sound, but I think it's still bad regardless. But some guy owns Universal Music, an executive zone, and an executive produced zone of interest, a movie where co-producers denounced Israel at Oscars. I don't care. What is this random shit, Malibu? To analyze trade policy. It is random. You're talking about random movies in Israel right now. It has nothing to do with anything happening. Analyze trade policy, we might as well assume Japan is one big factory. For Mysterious and a working so I convert wheat into cars. Any policy designed to favor the first American technology over the second is a policy designed to favor American auto producers in Detroit over American auto producers in Iowa. Tax a ban on imported automobiles as a tax a ban on Iowa-grown automobiles. If you protect Detroit car makers from competition, then you must damage Iowa farmers because Iowa farmers are the competition. The task of producing a given fleet of cars can be allocated between Detroit and Iowa in a variety of ways. A competitive price system allows the allocation to minimize the total production cost. Task of making cars can be divided between Iowa and Detroit in a variety of ways. Competitive price system. Selects the allocation. That minimizes total production cost. And I'll just add, like, government has an information problem. I'll say the government lacks the information needed to know what distribution cars made in Iowa versus Detroit. Now let's say it's most efficient. It would be unnecessarily expensive to manufacture cars in Detroit, unnecessarily expensive to grow them all in Iowa, and unnecessarily expensive to use the two production processes in anything other than a natural ratio that emerges at the result of competition. That means the protection of Detroit does more than just transfer income from farmers to auto workers. It also raises the total cost of providing America with a given number of automobiles. What's up?
Wait. I just want clarity on this. Okay, you're preparing for the CTV debate, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and you're like preparing to do like information problem memes. Bro, you need to prepare to like get concessions that a tariff is a tax on businesses, not on China. That's the type of shit you need to prepare for. Not like, oh well, the information problem really puts in doubt the ability of government to implement really well tariff. Like, no, what are you doing? Really, this is why we lose. Okay, this is why we lose. It's like you're operating on like 10 levels above this guy. Okay, this guy can barely know he exists, and you want to like all about like information distributed across society, and this is how the market works. So that the prices are signaling mechanisms. So when the government taxes tariffs, well then the distorts the signals and therefore creates not only like inefficiencies in the purchasing but also in the supply chain as a whole. Like no, come on, bro. This is like 15 levels of IQ above this guy. Okay, you need to get a concession from him that tariffs are taxes, that they're taxes on businesses, and that their purpose is to make the imports more expensive. And then if he says, oh well, but they'll move into the United States and it'll be cheaper, ask him why didn't they do it in the first place if it would be cheaper.
Yeah.
Right? Just do that. Just do that. Don't do like information problem memes. Really, I beg you. I beg you. This is how you, okay. You're not gonna like. Yeah, you can sprinkle in some memes of like what is comparative advantage. Do you even know? Like, yeah, he won't. He won't, and we know he won't. Right? Like, you can do these memes, and that's fun. But bro, you're like too what do you call it? Prepared. Okay, just prepare right now to debate him on a concession that a tariff is a tax. Okay, just like that's what you
Okay.
need. Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I swear to God. No, I mean really. What are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah. Yeah, well, I just wanted to like slap you to get you sober because right now you're lost in the sauce, my brother. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's it.
Okay. Thanks. I'm gonna finish taking notes of this, but he is right. Like, there's no shot CTV even knows what the fucking information problem is. They'll never concede to that fact. Oh, we'll see. Huh. I also probably want to. Tariffs are regressive, but income tax is progressive, because that's the new cope. Is like, oh well, if we increase tariffs, then we could reduce the income tax, and then everyone will pay no income tax, and they'll be so much richer. Here, let me go through my Twitter bookmarks because I did like some people made threads about it. Oh, also, dude, this I found this website, and it looks like totally schizo, but it's stuff on it is actually kind of useful. Like, this looks like a schizo website. If someone linked me a website that looks like this, I would not trust anything from it. But like, it actually has a decent amount of like information that like Americans will always have to pay taxes. Yeah, obviously. And we did also get the new CPI numbers today, which actually, can I look at? It was like 2.6%, which was not core CPI, CPI X shelter. I don't know if it's here. It was like over half shelter prices again. It's just because of course it was. The graph index percent change from a year ago. It's 1% without 1.3% without fucking shelter, dude. Kill me, kill me, kill me. Although it has been increasing a little bit. I think current forecasts have it going up a little bit until going back down. Again. Actually, I don't know if they forecast CPI. I think they forecast PCE. This isn't the chart I'm thinking of. Wow. But we could still be at 3% interest rates in fucking 2028. Well, I guess the neutral rate is probably higher now. Probably. We'll see. But yeah, I would never accept a fucking website like this, but some of this stuff is actually it's actually kind of cool. To make, you're not replacing income taxes with tariffs, you're just lowering taxes overall. I needed this bookmarked. There's another thread. I think it was from... I think it might have been linked down here, but I guess not, maybe. It might have been Miss York from the Tax Foundation based. So yeah, it's not possible to completely replace it. Ah, there was a quote tweet of the stupid redheaded libertarian girl. From someone. That when it had like a fucking... I thought it was a tax foundation thing. It had links to like actual analyses of like, hey, this is fucking dumb. Oh yeah, I'm so glad that we get Vivek in charge of Doge. Can't wait. Girl, how long do you spend on Twitter? These are all from like today. Girl. This. View post engagement quotes. Oh, me, that's crazy. It was the fucking tax foundation girl. And then, yeah, link to this, which I actually already have this. Tariffs would not bring in $900 billion a year. At the revenue maximizing rate, you get about $400 billion to $500 billion a year. That would not lull double economic growth. The bottom half of taxpayers paid on average $667 in income taxes in 2021, and that excludes the refundable portion of tax credits. It's like, yeah, basically, the bottom. How high is the standard deduction even? Where you don't pay like any income tax at all? Like, it's wild. It's like, yeah, obviously. Income tax is progressive. Tariffs are regressive. Therefore, protecting farmers in Detroit, or farmers, car manufacturers, does more than just transfer income to from farmers to auto workers. It also raises the total cost of providing Americans with a given number of automobiles. Okay, deadweight loss. What? Deadweight loss? What? The efficiency loss comes with no offsetting gain and impoverishes the nation as a whole. There's much talk about improving the efficiency of American car manufacturing, but we have two ways to make a car. The road to efficiency is to use both in optimal proportions. The last thing you should want to do is artificially hobble one of your production technologies. It is sheer superstition to think that an Iowa-grown Camry is less American than Detroit-built Tariffist? What the fuck is? Policies rooted in superstition do not frequently bear efficient fruit. In 1817, David Ricardo, the first economist to think with precision, though not the language, supreme mathematics, laid the foundation for this. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care. Trade theory predicts that if you protect American producers in one industry, then you must damage American producers in another industry. It predicts, second, that if you protect American producers in one industry from foreign competition, there must be a net loss of economic efficiency. Ordinarily, textbooks establish these proportions through graphs, equations, and intricate reasoning. The little story that I learned from David Friedman makes all the same propositions in a blindingly obvious with a single compelling metaphor. That is economics at its best. And then tariff increases the price of good, including the price of domestic producers, precisely why the tariff imposed. In the most common of an unchanged world price, the tariff will end up being paid entirely by domestic consumers in the form of a higher tariff. With a tariff on imported goods, domestic consumers lose and producers gain, but the consumers lose more than producers gain. It creates a net loss. I'll include this. That's true because if the tariff had net benefits, it wouldn't be required, as domestic producers could, by lowering prices in the normal course of competition. Attract consumers into patronizing them instead of buying imports. With tariffs, some money is also collected by the government and can be spent on citizenry. Importantly, some will receive more and others will receive less, depending on how much of the tariff's good they consume and how much of the government services they consume. So protectionism has redistribution the same way free trade does. To gain The gain to producers and what the government collects as tax revenue does not totally offset the cost of consumers of the protected good. There remains a net cost that economists call a deadweight loss. Deadweight loss measures the distortion in allocation of resources after a tariff is imposed. The domestic resources previously used to produce other goods are reallocated to produce domestically an additional quantity of the protected good. The higher price domestic producers can get entice them to spend more and increase the quantity they supply. However, this increased domestic output is a waste or deadweight loss because the good in question could be imported at a better price, while the domestic producers were able to produce something else instead. Oh, I didn't copy the fucking thing. Oh, thanks, Notion. Another component of deadweight loss is what consumers lose. They decrease the quantity they demand. The total consumption of the protected good, because its prices increase in the domestic market. The deadweight loss benefits no one. It's just a loss. And then optimal tariff argument. I doubt he's going to bring that up, and it's not really relevant. But ooh, this is a good point. Why China's subsidization of products like steel or solar panels are to Chinese, and China is a large producer of steel and solar panels. The subsidization pushes down the world price, which means that China's terms of trade deteriorate. At the same time, foreign consumers benefit from the lower world prices. I don't know where to put this, but I do probably want to have this somewhere. We already have anti-dumping tariffs, and I'm not super opposed to them. How do I explain comparative advantage without without just explaining comparative advantage to him? I guess it's useful to do like analogy with individuals. Be like, hey, you don't do everything yourself because you're not good at everything. I'm assuming he broadly understands. Most people have some intuitive understanding of opportunity cost. I kind of like the phrasing they give here, where like the U.S. can be better at both, but it can be less bad at something and more better at another thing. And then we have empirical evidence for comparative advantage. I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna matter. I don't know if anyone's like, yeah, I reject comparative advantage. The thing that would change my mind is empirical evidence. Like, I don't think that person exists. Competitive advantage refers to the fact the United States is stronger in machinery than in clothing, and Bangladesh has less of a disadvantage producing clothes. From a different angle, the U.S. can produce more machinery than Bangladesh by sacrificing a given volume of clothing production, and Bangladesh can produce more clothing than the U.S. by sacrificing a given volume of machinery production. In other words, the U.S. can transform clothing into machinery by using resources to manufacture the latter instead of the former at a lower cost than Bangladesh can. So even if both countries only produce clothes, the U.S. would make more than Bangladesh. It has sacrificed more clothes than Bangladesh to produce a given volume of machinery than Bangladesh. Must sacrifice more machinery than the United States to produce a given quantity of clothes. So they listed out, those are kind of three different ways of saying it. And then we can both benefit if we do that. A specialization in each country. We can obtain. I do like this as well. Trade is nothing more than a production technique that allows us to produce importables indirectly by first producing exportables and exchanging them. This allows countries to produce and consume more than they could otherwise. And then, yeah, so long as we specialize in what our competitive advantages and our high productivity offsets the high wages that are paid. And then other countries with low productivity specialize in what they're good at, and their low productivity is offset by their low wages. Good advantage allows each country to obtain more than if it had not engaged in trade. Each produces through imports what it would be more costly to produce at home in exchange for what it produces at a lower cost. Thus, each obtains more for less. I doubt he's going to bring this up. We might read Cato's article on comparative advantage as well. They might have another useful example. I don't know. I don't want all of these just under tariffs. Should have that. But we should. I want like a. But I also don't want all of them like just out of it. That's probably a way I could. Oh, you know what I should also have here? I'm pretty sure if I Google, like, what would a headline for this be? Like, Trump's, when the GOP party platform came out, not only is it the GOP platform, but Trump literally said, yeah, this is my fucking platform too. This is the Trump GOP platform. Because I think they didn't make one in 2020, right? Because their internal divisions were so large. And I think in 2016... he didn't do that because it was kind of, the party platform was kind of split between the pro-Trump people having some things and the not pro-Trump Republicans having some things. The rhinos. But if I Google, like, Trump touts 2024 GOP platform as his own or something, like, maybe there's something come up. Donald Trump helped draft. He's a pro-Trump speechwriter. It's a massive win for LGBT Americans. Oh, they removed anti-gay marriage. I am Trump. Welcome to the stream, Donald J. Trump. How Trump dominated his own party in the new GDP platform. Committee passed it. Trump's presidency. Blah, 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 blah. God, I swear there's a quote, like, from his, like, I forget where I saw this. I probably saw it just, like, on my fucking Twitter timeline, and I didn't save it because I didn't think it'd ever be relevant. My supporters will never have to vote again. It's also fun. The contrast between, like, the entire Republican platform being 16 pages long and, like, just made in Microsoft Word. Like, this is, like, look at this. This was typed in fucking Microsoft Word in 10 minutes, okay? There's no graphics. There's no, like, text or anything. Versus, like, Kamala's 82-page PDF on just her economic platform is actually nice. Like, you know, it's got like graphics, it's got graphs, you know, it's got different colors for different pages. It's got, like, you know, chapter headings and, like, quotes. It's got pictures at some points. You know, we got like actual pictures here of her getting fucking Doritos. That's a very necessary page. Could not have done without that one. Versus this is just like someone seals of order, stop the migrant invasion. Like typing it, just angrily typing out in all caps. Keep men out of women's sports. Deport pro-Hamas radicals. So, there's that. Well, of course, Kamala supporters need pictures to read. True. As evidenced by me, a Kamala supporter, who definitely needs pictures to read. You know, I couldn't read without any of these pictures. What if I ask AI? I bet AI can link me to it. Did Trump say the 2024 GOP platform was either Trump or his, PR team say the GOP platform was mainly his? President Donald Trump, 2024 Republic. Yes, this is what I'm thinking of. Thank you. Trump claims Bush platform. As his own. Trump's 2024 Republican platform articulates his vision to make America great again. Well, Joe Biden and the Democrats argue about who will be the top of their ticket and have implemented policies that have raised prices on everyday families, opened the floodgates to migrant crimes via wide open borders, shackled American energy with red tape by Washington bureaucrats, sowing chaos across the world. Through weak foreign policy, President Trump will make America great again through these America First principles. Our nation is in serious decline. Okay. Okay, we'll probably read another chapter from this, and then we're going to see where to put some of that stuff in. Objection. The trade deficit is bad. Wilbur Ross, who later became the Commerce Secretary, wrote that imports reduce GDP in national accounting, which is a elementary error, as we saw in Essay 2. But even if Ross's statement is a straight accounting error, we should pay attention to the economic argument that the trade deficit is bad. What's up?
Bro, can you send me real quick? Hello?
Hello? Yeah?
Yeah, can you send me real quick the studies about Trump's tariffs? Just real quick. You have them in your Notion, right?
Yeah. Here.
Yeah, just send them to me. The ones about Trump's, just send them to me in the DMs, just like copy paste.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I have it in my Notion. They're like all like hyperlinks. I don't know how Discord is gonna.
I think Discord does well with hyperlinks.
Oh, some of these are.
You don't have to format them. Just paste it. Oh, yeah, that's awesome.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Bye.
Tariff of China, paper from these people, estimated, blah, 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 blah. Why delete? What did I delete?
Why did you delete?
I didn't delete. What do you mean, why did I delete?
It doesn't show up. I cannot see it. Wait, let me refresh. Let me close Discord and open again. Okay, now I see it. Sorry. I don't know what the fuck happened. It just disappeared. Whatever. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Yeah, there's a lot of... All right, one more. Oh, no, I have two more. You think I should send CTV there? Yeah, I just DM'd you real quick, like a ton of fucking studies that like all show tariffs are bad. Do you have any response? That'd be the bad faith. Actually, without even, I mean, that'd be kind of bad faith, but. Okay. If Ross's statement is a accounting error, maybe there are ways in which trade deficit reduces GDP. Perhaps imported goods and services prevent the production of equivalent at home. One may also think that when we import more than we export, we have to borrow to make up the difference, thereby indebting our country vis-a-vis the rest of the world. Also, notion that imports hurt GDP. Maybe an accounting error. There are others who may claim the trade deficit hurts us in other ways. Perhaps imported goods and services prevent the production of equivalents at home. Or maybe when we import more than we export, we have to borrow to make up the difference. I might do this. Indebting us to the rest of the world. The trade deficit objection is a restatement of the old mercantilist argument that a country should export as much as possible and import as little as possible. The balance of trade, technically called the goods and services balance, is the difference between total exports and total imports of goods and services. It is deemed negative, unfavorable, or in deficit when imports exceed exports, and positive, favorable, or in surplus when the opposite is the case. Who are you debating? CTV, critically thinking veteran. What's your stance? Universal tariffs do not maximize economic welfare. Trade deficit, or the goods and services balance. I'm sorry, bud. Have the debate, but you will lose. It is just fact that they work. They work to do what? They increase economic welfare? I mean, we can very easily draw a model that shows they clearly have net cost, but welcome back. I always forget how to pronounce it. There's a difference between total exports and total imports of goods and services. It is deemed negative. I mean, I understand that, obviously. Also, welcome to the stream, Jimbo TV.
And we got in there and we killed the...
It's in deficit when imports exceed exports. The trade deficit or balance of trade objection ignores the fact that imports are important. They do have a net cost. That is factual. However, it drives consumers to buy domestically produced products, which has a much greater effect in the overall economy. That is the net cost. That is deadweight loss, making consumers reduce their consumption to buy products made in America, which, A, they have to reduce their consumption because prices are up. B, the added American production, that's production that could have been imported at a cheaper price and used less overall resources. That is the deadweight loss. I'm sorry, but I can't help with your argument. Good luck and enjoy your debate. When is the debate? 8 p.m. It says in the title. You have just described the net cost of tariffs. After a tariff is imposed, domestic resources previously used and that still could be used to produce other goods are reallocated to produce domestically an additional quantity of protected good. This increased domestic output is a waste or deadweight loss because the good in question could still be imported at a better price while domestic producers were able to produce something else instead. Like you have just described Dead weight loss. Congratulations. And there are other effects that like hurt other people as well. So like, for example, you know, you actually in aggregate, you also don't even, you likely don't even reduce imports that much because you hurt export, or sorry, trade deficit, I should say, because you hurt exports. One, because other countries may put retaliatory tariffs up. And two, even without retaliatory tariffs, you appreciate exchange rates. So the dollar becomes more expensive, which A, allows people to buy more imports, and B, hurts our ability to export. So this is why, like, we have studies on tariffs. Like, for example, the IMF did a big study on over 151 countries from 1963 to 2014, and they found tariffs result in higher in unemployment, higher inequality, and real exchange rate appreciation, but only small effects on the trade balance. Also brings businesses to America to avoid taxes. I don't see how it brings businesses to America. Like, if a business is stationed in Ireland to avoid paying whatever corporate tax we have now, they're still going to remain stationed in Ireland when they have tariffs. It's just that they now have to pay for imports when they import stuff. Destination-based tax would fix this, by the way, but I doubt Trump knows what that means. Which produces more employment? I just cited you a study which shows that they don't produce more employment. I can cite you more studies looking at Trump's tariffs specifically, which say that they don't reduce employment. They obviously, you already admitted that they have net cost. That net cost is partially borne by employment. They don't increase aggregate employment. Any jobs you protect come at the cost of other jobs. You might protect jobs in the steel industry, but you hurt other jobs in manufacturing because all those jobs rely on cheap steel, right? Like, increased government funds from tariffs also allow for lowering income taxes. Tariffs are regressive. Income tax is progressive. The bottom 50% of Americans pay on average like $600 in income tax, whereas it's estimated that like tariffs would increase the cost of families for like households like $2,000 a year. Tariffs are regressive taxes. They are borne primarily by poor and low income people, versus income tax is borne primarily by upper class people. So yeah. Also, there's literally zero chance, literally zero shot that tariffs can raise as much as income tax. Maybe you can argue they can lower it a little bit, but at best you're raising about $500 billion, and income tax raises like $2 trillion. And again, that like $2 trillion comes mostly from rich people. It does not come from the low income people. So essentially you're cutting income tax, you're cutting taxes from for rich people. That's what cutting income taxes do, primarily because it's a progressive tax, and shifting the burden onto poor people with a regressive tax. So I invested in Nightcore last time this happened. I made a killing. Nucor. I don't know why I said Nightcore. Is that a steel company? I don't actually know. Yeah, steel. What I'm not disputing that tariffs on steel will protect domestic steel producers. I don't dispute that. What I dispute is that it has net benefits. I understand this. I'm a nuclear engineer. I make a lot of money. Poor people don't pay a whole lot of taxes because they don't make much. Exactly. It works across the board. What do you mean by that? What do you mean it works? You just want to ignore it because it doesn't support your view. Tariffs, I made a killing like 4 years ago. I'm not disputing the fact that tariffs protect the domestic industries that are tariffed. I'm disputing the fact that that has net benefits. Again, you will protect steel, but you will hurt basically everyone else. And if you invest in that steel company, I'm sure you'll make money. But that doesn't mean it carries net benefits to everyone else. Even if it has net benefits to you, it works in all industries. I mean, if you tariff any specific industry, that industry will be protected, but that comes at cost to everyone else. If you tariff every industry, that just comes at a net cost, period. Because of how comparative advantage works. Do you know what comparative advantage is? Let's ask this. Do you accept the fact that trade lets you consume outside your production possibility frontier curve? Do you accept that fact? I do. Do you accept the fact that universal tariffs would reduce trade? In fact, their whole point is to reduce trade. Okay, so the only conclusion from those two premises which you accept is that total output will be reduced. You understand that, right? Like, we could literally, like, this is what you have just told me, is that we have our PPF curve, right? And we're consuming outside of it because of trade. Output will increase. You said, premise 1, okay, P1, oops. Okay, I don't feel like writing this out. Okay, P1, what did I say? Trade allows you to consume outside your production possibility curve. This right here, the benefits from trade. Okay, great, phenomenal. P2, tariffs reduce trade. Conclusion, output will decrease. I don't see how any other thing can follow from that, because here we have the benefits from trade. If we reduce trade, what's going to happen to this dot? Production changes to meet market demand. Yeah, but you understand the opportunity cost is the whole argument here. The production might change, as in we might start producing stuff in the US, but that comes, like, we could have imported that stuff cheaper. You are arguing the wrong thing. Okay. Like, I don't see any other, if you agree that we're reducing trade and trade allows us to consume outside our PPF, then this dot would shift closer to the PPF, if not on the PPF, if we were totally isolationist. But if there's a need, the economy will produce it. I agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with that. If trade goes, I'm assuming you mean down, the economy self-corrects. You understand my whole argument is the opportunity cut. It seems like you accept this argument even, because you accept that trade allows you to consume outside your PPF. The opportunity cost of that is too large, right? Like, you're giving up, when we produce stuff here, we're giving up stuff that we could have otherwise exported to import more. That's my whole argument. I'm not disputing the fact that if we tariff everything, we might start producing more things here, but in aggregate, we're all worse off. It also probably won't help American manufacturing in aggregate, because you're tariffing everything that they use to, tariffing everything they import to manufacture stuff, right? You're tariffing all the materials along all the supply chain that they use to manufacture things. You're tariffing the equipment that they import to build factories. What happens to the job market? We produce more than we currently do. We wouldn't produce more than we currently do. You already accepted it. Trade allows you to consume more than if you don't trade. We're not producing more than we currently do. At best, you could argue that manufacturing jobs would help. Now, I don't think universal tariffs would actually help manufacturing jobs. Only tariffs on specific manufacturing things would help manufacturing jobs. But if we're trading less, this would happen to the PPF curve. And if we were totally isolationist, this would happen. Now, we're never going to get totally isolationist, but you're missing a point. Production has to go up to meet demand locally. I'm not disputing that. I'm saying that is deadweight loss. That happening is quite literally this. You understand that, right? That fits perfectly into that is the very thing that I'm arguing. Production goes up domestically. That reduces output, because otherwise we'd already be doing that if it maximized output. That's how markets work. Because foreign goods are being taxed higher, what happens to the job market? The job market in aggregate is hurt. Yes, but you're still missing the point. If domestic production has to go up, what happens to the job market? The job market in the aggregate is hurt. No, it isn't. I can explain it to you. One, we have empirical studies on this. I can show you some of the studies we have. This is the IMF study. Tariffs result in more unemployment. This is a study of 151 countries from 1962 to 2014. There's a few different papers on Trump's steel tariffs specifically, which show that it negatively affected manufacturing employment because you hurt their inputs, right? It protected probably 75,000 steel jobs and cost like 200,000 other full-time jobs. And I think it also estimates that it reduces total output. Historical evidence shows tariffs reduce available quantities of goods and services for U.S. businesses and consumers, which results in lower income, reduced employment, and lower economic output. But again, the very no, check out New Court. Why are you citing that? I have said so many times, yes, obviously if you tariff steel, there are some steel jobs that are going to be protected. I would imagine if you tariff steel, the stock in steel companies goes up, but everyone else is hurt. It doesn't carry net benefits. You already accepted that it doesn't carry net benefits. What? I literally said it probably protected like, I think it actually protected 1,000 steel jobs and then cost like at least 75,000 other manufacturing jobs. How's everyone else hurt who consumes steel? Do you accept that you already accepted that everyone else is hurt? I literally said it doesn't carry net benefits, and you said it doesn't. Everyone else is hurt because one, the price of steel goes up. You accept that, right? Everyone else is taxed on buying steel now, or it's produced domestically, and the price of domestic steel goes up because one, you're reducing price competition, and two, there's more demand for domestic steel, and that makes there's more quantity demanded for domestic steel, and that makes the price go up as well. We have evidence of this from like washing machines. You know, we tariffed like washing machines. We didn't tariff dryers, but the price of domestic dryers still went up. Yeah, and then it seems like you already accepted this because the tariffs don't carry net benefits. Oh, and the resources that otherwise would have been used to export things to pay for imports at a lower cost are now being used to make those things domestically, which have a high opportunity cost. Oh, Jesus, you are a lost cause. I try to help you. I am out. Have fun. Okay. I might watch the debate, lol. Good day. Well, thanks for stopping by, Jimbo. I don't think you really understand opportunity cost, but okay. I guess I'm a lost cause. Trade deficit objection is a restatement of the old mercantilist argument. Balance of trade, positive, blah, blah, blah. Read that. The trade deficit or balance of trade objection ignores the fact that imports are important because they indirectly satisfy consumer preferences. Exports are only an indirect means to that end, in the same way that an individual sells in order to purchase. However, the trade deficit objection is worth treating separately. Firstly, this ignores the fact that imports are important because they indirectly satisfy consumers' preferences. Exports are only an indirect means to that end. What's wrong with trade or current account deficits? There's nothing inherently good or inherently bad about a trade deficit. For countries to have surpluses, others must have deficits. A country's trade deficit or surplus is simply the sum of surpluses and deficits of all the individuals in that country's relations to foreigners. Will the U.S. tariff affect both imports and exports? Yeah. It indirectly affects exports, but yeah. Also, welcome to the stream. Martinius? How do you pronounce this? I don't know. But yeah, you basically indirectly tax exports because, you know, you appreciate exchange rates and you also there's the potential for retaliatory tariffs as well. If two groups of individuals were chosen at random in a given territory, it's likely that one would have a trade deficit with the other and the other a trade surplus. So there's seems no reason to be concerned about the territorial or national trade deficits. There's nothing inherently good or bad about a trade deficit. All deficits are someone else's surplus. Oh, that's about how to drop. Again, I have a bit of advice to lead you to the correct answer. It may help you in debate. It may help you teach you. Here it is. Correlation and causation aren't the same thing. How does that help? What did I talk about that was correlated? I mean, I cited studies. Do you think the studies were all do you think the statisticians who wrote those studies all just forgot that correlation isn't causation? Define those two words. Correlation is just when two variables there's probably got to be a more technical definition. Just like move together with each other, right? Like, for example, there's like a relationship between drownings in pools and Nicolas Cage movies. The more Nicolas Cage movies there are released, the higher drownings were. So that's a correlation between those two variables. Causation is one variable actually causing the other, right? Okay, go figure it out. Look up the term. It'll help you. You'll grow. I mean, correlation is evidence of causation, right? It's just that like the statisticians also didn't forget that correlation doesn't automatically mean causation. Like they do regressions, like they do all these things. Like they're not stupid. They're doing their job. They are good economists. They understand how to do regressions and account for causation in these things. Like, let me show you. If tariffs don't work, then why was the economy much better under Trump? One, it's debatable whether the economy in aggregate was much better under Trump. I understand you're going to complain about inflation. That's fine, whatever. And two, oh, what's up?
You're doing this 80% right, okay?
80%.
The last
right?
20% you're missing. The last 20% you're missing is when you cite a study or something, and someone says correlation does not equal causation. Okay, the best comeback, in my experience, you can talk about how correlation is evidence of causation, blah 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 blah. But that's weak sauce. The best response is, oh, how do you think they determine causation in science?
Yeah.
Like, how do you think they do that? Yeah, how do you think they do that? Right, like because we have a lot of studies in economics. Not all of them are double blind, triple blind, whatever. Like, yeah, that's not the only way. So how do you think they do that, right? It's with studies, it's with regressions, okay? That's like, because anyone who says that is illiterate, okay? If you cite a study and someone says, correlation, causation, they're, like, dumb. So you need to make fun of them.
I just don't, I don't have a data analytics degree like you, so I don't, like, I would assume the comeback is going to be, well, do you know? And then they're going to hold me to some standard of, like, being able to perfectly explain like how statisticians use regressions and all these things to try to attribute causation. But
it's easy. It's easy. You just you have a variable you want to explain. Let's say, I don't know, oil prices. And then you have a bunch of other variables that are explaining, right? A lot of them are control. Some of them are the explanatory variables, right? And then you try to find the best combination that explains best the explained variable. And then you you analyze the role of each variable, right? Like, that's it.
Would you find the best combination of the two different?
That's how. Look up how regression, multivariable regression is done.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, you have a best fitting line, right? But then you don't want to just have two variables, right? One explained, one explanatory. You also want to have control variables. So you mix them all in, and you see what the effect of the explanatory variable is once you include all the control variables. Like, you see if it still has an impact in the explanation. That's how it. Yeah, whatever. There are videos explaining this, but whatever.
Sure.
I'm just saying, anyone who's like, correlation does not equal causation when you cite like studies or empirical evidence, they don't know how people conclude stuff. Even also another response that is pretty powerful. The Wikipedia page for correlation does not equal causation does mention how correlation is evidence of causation. Yeah, it mentions that. There's a good blog post about how correlation is evidence of causation, explaining it like in a Bayesian sense. It just follows from the definition of like evidence, but whatever. Whatever. That's it. I just wanted to say, because I have this debate a lot. I cite like a lot of evidence because I'm a wonk. And people are like, correlation is not causation, appeal to authority, blah, 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 blah. Whatever. That's it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Perfect criteria, also a criteria group of 9 principles that can be useful in establishing epidemiologic evidence, or causal epidemiological. How do you pronounce this? Epidemia. Nonsense word. Nonsense word. Wow, dinosaurs didn't read. Now they are extinct.
Multivariate.
Okay, this is fucking an hour long. Might be good to watch it. I can watch it while playing Minecraft one day. It was growing the same before him or not? What? He calls a nuclear engineer illiterate? LOL, love to meet this person. I mean, you literally just said, you said a, like, dumb thing. You know, you can be a nuclear scientist and still be illiterate. I don't think these preclude each other. I mean, like, at least economically illiterate. Much the same way that, having tariffs doesn't preclude a good economy. It's possible to have a good economy with some tariffs in place. It's possible that Trump had a better economy than Biden, and Trump also had tariffs. That does not mean that the tariffs caused a good economy. It doesn't mean, we could have removed those tariffs and maybe Trump would have had an even better economy. Maybe that's possible. Maybe. Country trade deficit. A surplus is simply the sum of surpluses and deficits of all individuals in a country in relation to foreigners. If two groups of individuals were chosen at random within a given territory, it is likely that one would have a trade deficit to the other, another trade surplus. There seems no reason to be concerned about territorial or national trade deficits. For example, the U.S. trade balance has been negative since the 1970s without any noticeable problem. All deficits, someone else's surplus. On an individual level, or we'll say, if on an individual level, two groups were chosen at random in a given territory, within a given territory, it's likely that one would have a trade deficit with the other and the other trade surplus. There's no reason to be concerned about the territorial. All right, well, let's. The U.S. trade balance has been negative since the 1970s. With no noticeable problem. Do any developed countries that are not like petro-states have trade surpluses? Like, it wouldn't surprise me if Norway has a trade surplus because they export oil. But what's up, Strasser? Welcome back. Yeah, Norway has been in trade surplus, but OECD countries by trade deficit. How are you? I'm good right now. How are you? Oh, it's actually more evenly divided than I thought. Notice this has a share of GDP, but current account balance is what I want. More evenly divided than I thought. But yeah, Norway, it's obviously trade surplus. This is percentage GDP, but New Zealand is, well, actually not even that bad. I mean, mainly because their GDP is so high, but what the fuck does Denmark export? Denmark exports pharmaceutical products, machinery, nuclear reactors, boilers, minerals, fuels, oil, optical, photo, technical, medical apparatus, vehicles other than railway, tramway, meat and edible meat offal. Oh, this reminds me, Norway effed up with tax for the rich. They expected more money in taxes, but the rich moved their wealth. That I don't think that's true. There are other reasons to be against wealth taxes, but I'm fairly certain that you're studying like that Citizen X study thing, but they did some like bad back of the napkin math. Uh, 2022, Norway increased the wealth tax to 1.1% in response to some high-profile billionaires moved out of the country, according to a viral claim. This resulted in net loss of revenue. Is this true? No. Over the next 2 years, the wealth tax increased revenue soared to all-time highs. To understand how this false claim came about, here's the original source. It's reasonable enough napkin math. Where there was some... where it went wrong was using the Guardian's claim that the net worth of immigrants was 54 billion USD. Bloomberg cited 4.3 billion instead, and I've been able to track down the source from a Q&A with the Norwegian Minister of Finance, confirming that is the correct number. If you did a rough math of the original post, but plug in the verified 4.3 billion number rather than the 54 billion claim, you get a net gain of about 100 million rather than a loss of 448 million. Contrary to the original claim, Norway is on the left of the Laffer curve. Source for this source for the chart in the first tweet is that this report is from a free market-oriented think tank in Norway. Thanks to whoever this guy is for help navigating Norwegian stats. This comports with more careful academic studies, wealth taxation, and migration. This paper finds that while there was some effect of a similar wealth tax in Sweden, it is statistically quite small and thus well below the peak of the Laffer curve. The whole thing has been an interesting case study in how bad information spreads. And Unusual Whales tweeted it out too.
Just thought of an awesome idea. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know how Instagram has reels? Okay.
Yeah.
That's like way better than like looking at normal posts, right?
Yeah, obviously. Yep.
They should add that to Pornhub. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Dude, there are sites like that.
Awesome? Are there?
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome. That's all I wanted to say.
Don't ask how I know, but they're out there.
I just want I'm okay. Awesome. I just wanted to say that because I had that idea and I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
I think it's awesome. So.
Oh, here's here's an idea I have. I'm debating whether this is a good idea.
Oh boy.
I want to ask for tariff debates. Was it, what do you think of Biden, getting rid of the Keystone Pipeline, the Keystone XL pipeline, and they'll screech and scream about it. And I'll say, okay, what do you think of Trump wanting to tariff Canadian oil at 10%? Because the Keystone Pipeline was taking oil from Canada to the U.S.
Right.
They'll probably.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's true. That's true. Also, the Keystone was Supreme Court ordered, right? It's not, but
Yeah, that. I know, but
they don't care about facts.
They don't. Yeah, I don't need to go down that rabbit hole. I'll just.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good point. It's a great point. Like, do you think Trump tariffing Canadian oil will make oil cheaper? Yeah. Why? Oh, because we don't import Canadian oil, right? Okay. How do you feel about Biden not shutting down Keystone? Oh my God, inflation! It caused Biden inflation, bro. Yeah, that's right. That's a good point. I hope. It doesn't look like it right now. I hope Trump truly ruins the economy. Like, if he just ends up like being in his first term, like just riding the awesome Biden economy, I'm gonna legit like above 10% chance I kill myself. Like, this is not. I don't think I could live to grow up and see history. Right, that Trump was good on the economy. I don't think I could. I don't think I could survive that. Like,
have you seen his cabinet pick so far?
Yeah.
I mean, might be.
It's better than It's probably the best he could have done. From the right,
yeah,
but like obviously they're not
good. But
yeah, it's
I
like not as
guess
bad as I expected. I mean, they're goofy. They're goofier than I expected, right? Never expected a Fox News guy as Department of
I
Defense,
know.
but like they're gonna have better results than like Tulsi Gabbard or whatnot.
Yeah. Although Vivek is gonna be
Yeah,
heading the Doge department,
I
bro. The
predict
Doge. The
I
Doge.
predict they're not gonna do anything. Yeah, I predict they're not gonna do anything.
I
Is
kind of
Doge
doubt that's
going
gonna
up?
happen, but
Is Doge going up?
I don't know actually.
Let me see. No, not really. Not really.
It went up a little
Does
bit in the last month, but
a little bit.
oh,
Yeah.
it's up 200% in the past 6 months. Jesus, what the fuck happened?
Yeah. In the past 6 months, it's up, but nothing like since it was announced. Like it doesn't seem to have gone up
Yeah, not really.
since the announce. Whatever. I should invest back. Like I assume there's gonna be like a stock market bump when he gets inaugurated or when they create the Department of Efficiency and whatnot. Like I need
Probably.
to invest some money to profit from like the Trump delusional people. But yeah, a little bit. Whatever. But I just cannot. I would like. I predict that the Department of. By the way, I call it the Department of Efficiency. I think Democrats should call it Department of Efficiency just to like trigger
Just
like
to
Reddit
yeah.
Republicans. Okay, trigger Elon Musk. Just call it the Department of Efficiency. He's like, no, the Department of Government Efficiency. It's Doge, guys. It's like, yeah. So, I predict it's not going to do anything. It's just like just to like, what do you call it? A gift to like the Reddit nerds, but it's not going to do
Yeah.
anything. I predict.
I don't even know. They would need congressional approval to make it, right?
Maybe. Is it not under the executive, or can the
But
president
I
just
mean,
create whatever departments you want?
I don't think
Or
the
maybe
executive can
not.
just. Well, the funding has to come from Congress. Like the Congress would have to appropriate the funding. It. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess.
Although he does
I
have the
suspect
Republican
they'll
Congress,
do
so.
it. They'll probably do it. I mean, yeah, they have the. I don't even care that much. I mean, fuck it. If it's gonna like occupy Elon Musk for like 4 years, fuck it. He's not gonna be able to do anything. Trump doesn't take him seriously. I don't buy that for a second. That Trump takes this like autistic goofball seriously for a millisecond.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I predict they're not going to do much. I mean, it's the most low IQ thing ever. Like every department has like some checks and balances on its efficiency. It's like not like they're gonna do what every other person who's like government efficiency found out about, right? Like you get into government and you're like, oh, we need an efficient government, and then it's like, oh, well, it's more complicated than I thought. Right? It's not just a matter of like,
Shocking.
oh, get rid of the bajillion regulations and then everything goes well. It's like, yeah. Whatever. I don't care. I don't think it will do anything. I think it's just a Reddit meme, but whatever.
Yeah.
Although I was looking shocked when I found out about like I saw when he posted it live. That was dumb. But yeah, we'll see what's next to come. I'm afraid he'll like go full protectionist and anti-immigration. Well, I hope for it because fuck the economy, fuck America. Like
Hey.
America deserves the economy to collapse right now.
I'm here, man. You can't say that, man. I don't want my fucking graphics card to be
Your
tariffed at.
state, especially, like 99% is not enough of it, aid to deny. We need like 100% aid denied. Next time there's a hurricane or something. Okay, we need everything denied. Trump, we did not go far enough. We need more. Like denial of aid. Like yeah.
Yeah,
But
well,
that's about it.
damn. I wish
Yeah.
Kamala was elected and your country wouldn't exist in 2 years, as Trump said.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Mamala. That's right. Well, that's what we have. Let's see. I hope, like, look, in terms of like what's best for humanity, I hope it's like like its first term where he doesn't do much, and then, like, okay, take credit, whatever. Liberals know you're retarded, and
Who
your
knows? He
fans will never change their
might
mind.
just be content with the fact that he can't be fucking prosecuted now, and he won't do too many insane things.
Yeah, whatever. But yeah, let's hope it goes well. I mean, yeah, so far his cabinet is goofy, but like not Like if he would have picked like Tulsi Gabbard and Vivek and all these people for foreign policy, I would like legit. This would legit be insane. But yeah, I mean, Marco Rubio is an okay pick. I'll be honest, like because
Yeah,
he's like pro-Ukraine Republican, right?
yeah. Although the
Yeah.
issue is like I don't think Trump likes people standing up to him. So like I'm assuming he's gonna have to shift on some things that if
Oh, he'll fire him. He'll fire a lot of people. Like I don't think they'll survive the full term. I don't think so at all.
yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. All right. What?
Wait, did you finish reading the book?
No, I'm reading it right now.
Oh, okay.
No, that's a problem. U.S. been trade deficit. Okay, wrote that. Wars is positive during the two world wars and Great Depression. Note that the trade deficit and all other measures of internal trade, balance of payments, or flows over a certain period of time, a quarter, a year, not stocks. Within the U.S. trade balance, or balance of goods and services, the balance of goods is negative. Negative $753 billion in 2016, and the balance of services is positive, resulting in a trade deficit of 505 billion. The trade balance is only part of the albeit the largest part of America's current account. The other missing component of the current account is payments received by U.S. residents on assets held abroad, which can be thought of as exports of capital services, payments set abroad on foreign assets held in the United States, which can be viewed as imports of capital services. The balance of those two other items is positive, including all components of the current account. The U.S. Deficit is reduced to $452 billion. These numbers are obviously outdated, but I'm assuming the balance of all these things is basically the same. Okay. Within the balancing goods and services, the balance of goods is negative, whilst the balance of goods, the balance of services is positive. However, that's only part of current account. Let it go to account balance. Trade balance is only part. America's current account. The other major component is payments received by U.S. residents on assets held abroad. Other major component of the current account was payments, which can be thought of as exports of capital services and payments sent abroad on foreign assets held in the United States, which can be viewed as imports of capital services. Okay, other major component is payments received on assets held abroad, which are viewed as exports of capital services, and payments sent abroad on foreign assets held in the United States, which can be viewed as imports of capital services. The balance of those other items is positive. The other side of the balance is international payments. I'll say it's positive, but the current account remains in deficit overall. The second side of our country's balance of payments, the financial account, shows the flow of money and other financial instruments that corresponds with the flow in goods and services of the current account. Other side of a country's balance of payments is the financial account, which shows the flow of money and other financial instruments that corresponds with the goods and flow of goods and services on the current account. It includes net borrowing or lending abroad, net foreign portfolio investment, net foreign direct investment, and a few other items. As a matter of accounting, debt equals credits. The balance of financial accounts must exactly compensate with the opposite sign, the current account balance. Financial account includes net borrowing or lending abroad, net foreign portfolio investment, net foreign direct investments, and a few other items. As a matter of accounting, it must exactly offset or exactly compensate with an opposite side the current account balance. A deficit in the current account is thus the mirror image of a financial surplus. I gotta start highlighting too, but what is of interest is not the accounting identity, which is true by definition, but the real-world adjustments that equalized the two sides of a country's balance of payments. The foreign exchange rate, the price of dollars in foreign currencies, is one such adjustment mechanism. If American consumers wanted to continuously import than American producers export, and if foreign investors did not want to invest in America enough to compensate, the dollar would fall, reducing imports and increasing foreign investment. It's tempting to interpret the financial account as a means by which the current account balance is financed, or foreigners lend to America in order to allow Americans to import more, or alternatively, as a way to dispose of a surplus of foreign currency. Chinese investors use it to invest overseas. This interpretation is at best misleading because the two sides of the balance of international payments describe actions that are largely independent. Consumers do not import only because the U.S. dollar is high, but because of comparative advantage. Foreign investors do not bring capital into the United States only because they do not know what to do with their dollars, but because America offers a good investment opportunities. Okay, so we'll say the accounting identity is not the only thing of interest. But real-world adjustments that equalize the two sides of a country's balance of payments. But instead, the real-world adjustments that equalize the two sides of a country's balance of payments. The foreign exchange rate, the price of dollars in foreign currencies, is one such adjustment mechanisms. For example, the foreign exchange rate. If Americans continually import more than American producers export, without foreign investors investing in America enough to compensate, investing enough in America to compensate, the dollar would fall, reducing imports and increasing foreign investment. Sometimes the financial account is described as financing. They said like financing or financing the current account deficit. I'm pretty sure I've like said this before. Because like intuitively a lot of people kind of understand like deficits kind of have to be financed by someone. So like I'll say like this deficit is financed by a current account surplus. If we have a, you know, you know what, it might be good to troll some people. I wonder if I could do this to people. Be like, do you think you'll be able to win a tariff debate? Probably. I don't know. I mean, probably. I wonder if you go to troll people and be like, hey, we also have a current account deficit. Do you think, or sorry, we also have a financial account deficit. Do you think we should try to balance our financial account deficit? Is that something you also want to do? And then like, if they say yes, it like totally, one, it shows that they don't know what they're talking about. And two, it shows like, you just think deficits are bad. You don't actually have an understanding of which deficit to prioritize, because one of those has to be in deficit. Either current account has to be in deficit or financial account has to be in deficit. They can't both be in surplus. So financing the current account deficit equals bad. Yeah, but you understand something like all deficits are good for someone. First of all, like deficits are financed. Where's your cat? Let's go. Localist, do you want a current account deficit or do you want a capital account deficit? Which one do you want? Because one of those has to be in deficit. You understand that, right? Financing the current account deficit, or as a way to dispose of surplus foreign currency. I want a budget surplus that is actually has literally zero. I did not ask that at all. It actually has no relation to what I asked at all. I said, do you want a current account surplus or a capital account surplus? Which one of those do you want? These are terms with no meaning. I mean, I can define each of them for you if you want that, but okay. Surplus of foreign currency. However, each of these are somewhat misleading. Consumers do not only import because the US dollar is high, but because of comparative advantage. Foreign investors do not bring capital in the United States only because they offer, or they don't know what to do with their dollars, but because America brings good investment opportunities. In the U.S. net international investment position, the stock result of the annual flows of the balance of payments, more than 40% of U.S. liabilities are direct investments in equity portfolio investments, which are not debt in any conventional sense. The relationship between a current account and a financial account goes both ways. The attractiveness of America for foreign capital also influences imports. Other things being equal, any foreign inflow of capital contributes to a current account deficit. The flow of euros for investment in America pushes the euro down and the dollar up, encouraging American consumers to import more. The American current account deficit is a large part a reflection of the fact that foreigners want to invest in America. Person you rated yesterday seems notification friendly and chill. Oh, that's good. What was she streaming about? The title was like crash out stream, and she's like, I rated her and she said like, I'm having a bit of a crash out stream. What was she crashing out about? I left soon after because I wanted to play Overwatch. By the way, the Overwatch Classic thing sucks, dude. Okay, it's fun except for the fact that the Overwatch Classic thing is like day one Overwatch. Okay, there's like all the heroes have like the original day one abilities. They could have gone back to like Like you know, maybe like 1 year into Overwatch, that would have been more fun. A big thing is that they right now they have no limits right now, so every fucking game is 6 Bastions versus 6 Reapers, and it's just horrible. But some of it's fun. I don't even know if that's true. If what's true? Oh, how Florida banned Harry Potter or something. Okay. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they ban it being in school. They're like, isn't Harry Potter like literally one of the most banned books ever because people say it's fucking satanic? From this perspective, the current account deficit is not a cause of American decline, but on the contrary, a consequence of America's growth and attractiveness for investors. The relationship between the current account and the financial account goes both ways. The attractiveness of American foreign capital also influences imports. When flow of euros from investing in America pushes the euro down and the dollar up, encouraging American consumers to import more. I'll just say, for example, because they mentioned euros specifically, when this is true of all currencies. Literal marketing pros. I'll say from this perspective, the current account deficit is not a cause of American decline, but on the contrary, a consequence of America's growth and attractiveness to investors. Moreover, the financial account surplus reflects a situation where American residents are saving less than new investment opportunities in America. The gap between savings, the financial account surplus reflects a situation where American residents savings are less than new investment opportunities in America. The gap between the savings by American residents and new investment opportunities is covered by foreign loans and investment in American businesses. Furthermore, the financial account surplus reflects that Americans' residents' savings are less than new investment opportunities in America. This gap is closed by, or between savings, this gap between savings by America and new investment opportunities is closed by foreign loans and investments in American businesses. If we get Dave Ramsey as national debt advisor, America will be solvent before 2028. Yeah, I bet. By 2028, that's literally impossible, man. You'd have to immediately repeal like every single. There'd be a revolution if that happened. You know that, right? Like literally, the seniors would revolt. Everyone, if that happened, the American government would be overthrown before that happens. I'm down. Oh, well, of course. This explanation of current account deficits is widely accepted by economists. The economist explains America's overall balance of trade is ultimately determined by its investments and saving. Some people express fears that a surplus in a financial account, which means more investment in lending in America from foreigners than there was investment in lending overseas by American residents, implies our debt towards foreigners and increases and our children have to repay it. In some sense, that's true. When foreigners invest in America or lend to American firms, they thereby obtain a claim to future production in American territory. They will use their future profits to buy in dollars to buy American goods, or what amounts to the same thing. They will sell their dollars to others, push down the rate of exchange, and increase American exports or reduce the imports available to Americans. The reality, however, is a bit complicated. Many express fears that a surplus in a financial account means that our debt towards foreigners increases and our children have to repay it. This is true in some sense, as when foreigners invest in America or lend to American firms, they thereby obtain and claim to future profits in American territory. They will use their profits in future dollars to buy American goods or what amounts to the same thing. They will sell their dollars to others, push down the rate of exchange, and increase American exports and reduce the imports available to Americans. The reality is, however, a bit more complicated. Okay, we'll highlight this. They will either use these dollars to buy American goods or do what amounts to the same thing and sell their dollars to others. Or can I not fucking... How do I delete the highlight? Sell the dollars to others, push down the rate of exchange, and increase American exports. Or reduce the imports available to America. Increase American exports or reduce imports. To the extent that the foreign... I don't think it's fucking highlighted. To the extent that these foreigners' profits and investment are in the United States or claims to future profits, private production, they are not claims against what America currently owns, but rather claims of new production made possible by the investment that foreigners themselves contribute. I want to interview Ben Shapiro on the principles of 98. Okay. Foreign... Okay, so I'll say foreign investment is less claim, or I'll say it's not really claims of what America currently has, but which one are you? What do you mean? But rather claims a new production made possible by investments for the foreigners themselves contribute. Moreover, American workers are made more productive by the supplementary capital invested in the firms they work for, and these workers will earn more than they would have earned without the foreign investment. It's a win-win situation. In any free exchange, no contracting party loses. Thomas Jefferson never considered himself American, just a Virginian. Okay, it's not particularly relevant. Wait, look, I have a question. Would you support, like, Virginia putting tariffs on California? Have you ever had a real job? Nope. Well, not really. No, I'm going to say no. Technically, I've helped my dad a little bit when he had his own business, and I would occasionally, rarely, go help him, like, with his lawn care stuff, but I want to count that now. Wait, I mean, yes, streaming, like it is a sub button, streaming is harder than your 9 to 5, for real. Make sure to like, make sure to comment, make sure to hit that follow button. Hold on, wait, I didn't make my poll. Let me make a poll, start a poll. I'm begging you to like. Already did. I will now. Mr. Non-Fawn. Didn't think so. Okay. Okay, so American workers are made more productive by the supplementary capital invested in firms they work for, and these workers will earn more than they would have without the foreign investment. The fear that foreign investment will translate into claims against all Americans, however, becomes justified when the money lent to the government for unproductive or wasteful activities, such as various forms of redistribution. Do you support the tariff of abominations? I don't think so. You'd have to explain what that means. Southerners arguing that the tariff enhanced their interest in the northern... Oh, well, no, I don't really support like any of these tariffs, so no. But I remember this now. Also, localists, I understand that they can't. But I'm just curious, if they had the legal authority to do it, would you support like Virginia putting tariffs on California, or vice versa, or like any state putting tariffs on another? Tariffs. It's the tariffs that got nullified by South Carolina. Yeah, I remember now. There's got to be a better way I can lay this out, but I also want to add like. A trade deficit reflects a trade deficit means there is a capital account surplus or they use financial account, but I don't know why people use different terms for it. But do you support the nullification? No, we've gone through this. I don't like the nullification, but I'm curious. Do you can you answer my question? A financial account surplus reflects that America's residents' savings are less than new investment opportunities in America. This gap is closed by foreign loans and investment in American business. And then I'll put these two things here too. I support strategic tariffs. I probably wouldn't support interstate tariffs. It would create too much conflict and make interstate commerce unregulated. Okay. Welcome back, Kelton. Okay. Trade deficit equals trading money to China so they can buy our whole country. Exactly, exactly. Okay, read that. We'll highlight this. And we'll highlight that. And I do want to highlight okay. No, we're good. Okay. The fear that foreign investment will translate into claims against all Americans, however, becomes justified when money is lent to the government for unproductive or wasteful activities, such as various forms of redistribution. The foreign savings by the federal government is far from insignificant. The federal debt held by the public, which includes foreign public, is currently increases by about $1 trillion per year. It is estimated that 45% of public debt is held by foreign investors and foreign governments, including foreign central banks. Assuming that foreigners contribute to well, don't foreign central banks just buy them sometimes for so they can exchange them, right? Or to manipulate their own currency? They do sterilized intervention. Don't they do that? Doesn't that what China does as well? But assuming that foreigners contribute to purchase American public debt instruments in the same proportion, foreigners lend to the federal government some $450 billion per year, which enters in as an inflow to the financial account of the U.S. balance of payments. This account accounts for virtually all U.S. current account deficit, which is previously said was for $152 billion in 2016. It is as if every year the federal government gave some $450 billion in claims to foreigners against the future production of American taxpayers. At any rate, these numbers suggest that the federal government's contribution to the current account deficit is large. When the government borrows from foreigners, the result is upward pressure on the current account deficit. But all this should be taken as argument against federal deficits and a continuous increase of public debt, not against the current account deficits of trade per se. There is some where fears about a trade deficit / capital account surplus can become warranted. Trade deficit won't make the own us selling our bonds will. Oh, do you mean them own us? Wait, localist, do you understand how dumb that thing you just said? You understand the implicit... a trade deficit is a capital account surplus. You know that, right? So a trade deficit does make them own us. Because that's what that means. It means there's financial inflow to the U.S. They own our debt, and that makes them own us. You understand if we have a trade deficit... That is, I mean, saying debt is weird because a lot of it is just investment, right? It's like foreign direct investment. So it's not necessarily, that's not debt in the conventional sense. It reflects a gap between American demand for saving and investment opportunities in the U.S., and that gap is closed by foreign investment that makes workers more productive. And it's not really a claim on what America has now. It's a claim on future profits enabled by the foreign investment. So it's not really a bad thing. Yeah, I understand. You would like this argument. You don't understand trade deficits and capital account surpluses and everything I just said enough to actually understand this argument. But you would like this one argument going down here because they're anti-federal government deficit right here. Funny thing I think is the reverse. Who cares if they own T-bills? They just roll them over till they're mature. I care more if they own real estate and production here. Yeah, that is another thing. Yeah, like I do like Warren Mueller's example that he did. Like, China's giving us real goods and services, right? And like in exchange for like claims on financial assets. And it's probably more important. Yeah, the claims on financial assets are probably worse if they're real estate or production than if they are just bonds. I think he said like what would happen if like tomorrow we woke up and the Fed's just lost all of its records, like the central bank just lost, like they just don't know who owns bonds anymore. It's like, well, we would still have all the real goods and services China gave us, and China's claims on financial assets would basically on the bonds would just like disappear. Like, what would they do? What can they do? Like, go to fucking war to try to reclaim it? Go to war to conquer the New York desk of the Federal Reserve and try to see if they can get their bonds back? Like, what? is when foreign money is being lent to the government. I always forget how to spell foreign. True, non-font W. Oh, also, if you're a sub, you can use the animated emotes now. Yeah, I wanted to make them free, but it doesn't seem to let me make them free. I don't think I can. I think I can only make the subs have access to the animated emotes. Yeah, Coastal OK can use them. Whenever I get a W, okay, I expect you guys to be spamming non-fun W in the chat, okay? You guys better do it. Unproductive purposes. However, this should be taken more as an argument against federal deficit and the continuous increase of public debt, not against the current account or trade deficits per se. Trade or current account deficits that are not inherently problematic. They reflect the relationship between a country's economy and the outside world. In the case of the United States, a relationship is marked by the country's attractiveness for foreign investors and the wealth of domestic consumers. Another reason not to worry about consolidated national trade surpluses and deficits that in a free economy, each individual and corporation takes care of its own surplus and deficit. And back to first principles, one must remember that imports are what matters. Condemning a trade deficit per se is condemning imports, which are the benefits from trade, in favor of exports, which represent the cost of trade. The case for unilateral free trade. Now this is the incredibly base stuff we're getting here. Hell yeah. I hate the I don't hate them, but like if people like mention like, oh, you know, Trump put his tariffs in, and then people had like retaliatory tariffs. Supported the reason Biden didn't get rid of some tariffs is that, you know, if we remove our tariffs, they still might not remove their tariffs, and we can end up getting screwed. But like explain to CTV why these Chinese should be allowed to own us. It's part of the New World Order. You will nothing and be happy. Exactly. What was it saying? Like, oh, people are like, oh, they'll keep their share of stuff and you get screwed. And like, intuitively that makes sense to people, but I don't even think I really agree with that. Like, I still think most of the time we'd be better off if we just took down our tariffs and like they had still kept their tariffs even. Like, anyway. The case against trade or current account deficits is so weak that one can argue in favor of declaring unilateral free trade that is completely liberalizing imports and letting the balance of payments take care of itself. In a very real sense, free trade does not require free trade agreements, but can be declared unilaterally, which is what the British government has more or less did in the middle of the 19th century. Paul Krugman writes, if economists ruled the world, there would be no need for a World Trade Organization. The economist's case for free trade is essentially a unilateral case. A country serves its own interests by pursuing free trade, regardless of what other countries may do. One way to understand this is to realize what a country must export if it is to import. Otherwise, where would it get the foreign currency needed to import? It needs to import. On the other side of the trade, a protectionist country cannot just export without importing. What's up?
Krugman mentioned.
I know, Paul Krugman.
What? Awesome sauce. He also mentions in in Peddling Prosperity how, you know, trade deficit equals current account surplus, which is truth new. But yeah, it's always fun to, like, if you ask the median voter wants a lower deficit, lower taxes, and higher spending. Okay, they want all three. I know,
yeah.
Like, so people have contradictions. Okay, people believe in contradictions. That's not surprising. But yeah, a point in the book that I love that they repeatedly make is that imports are not a cost. It's like you spend your income. That's not a bad thing. That's the point of income. Yeah. Right? You don't work. Like, the working is the bad part. The good part of working is that you buy stuff later. and that's what imports are, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
Like you have to
I
work
do like that
to
point. And they had
drive
they had
stuff.
like the reductio in there. Like if the U.S. like exported a bunch of stuff and then like the ships carrying the import sank on the way back, like would we benefit from that? Like is that a good thing that the ship sank? Like
Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, that's a good point. But unfortunately, people are too low IQ to understand it.
yeah.
Like, yeah. No, I mean, yeah, that's the point I love that they make. It's like imports are not because fuck, I've had at least two people, and I've seen some people on Twitter make that point too, tell me that, well, if you read the equation for GDP, it has minus
It
imports,
has
bro.
minus.
So
Yep.
that's a bad thing. That means it's bad. That means it's bad. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know anymore. But yeah, well, good luck. Keep reading. Keep reading. It's a good book. It's a good
Yep.
book. A lot of
It is an
arguments.
awesome book.
Lots of
Yes.
arguments. It is. It is. They have a lot of studies there. A lot of stuff by David Otter too, right? Or I think on the Jobs point they have some studies by Otter or
Yeah.
whatever. You sent me one of his studies in 2024. But yeah. That's it. Keep reading.
Hell yeah. The case against trade or current account deficits is the case. I'll say the case against trade deficits is in fact so weak that one can make the case for liberalizing imports regardless of what other countries do. U.S. as the world reserve currency to trade deficit would ROW to net save in USD would allow ROW return. What is ROW? Return on. Do you mean ROI? Rest of world economy. Rest of world. Okay. I have not heard people say that before. But I mean, yeah. But people don't understand what that even means. I mean, I don't understand what ROW means, but. Otherwise, how would it get a foreign currency? On the other side of the trade, it protects its country and cannot just export without importing. Otherwise, what would it do with its foreign exchange earnings? Hence, unilateral free trade promotes exports as much as imports, at least over time. Okay. Unilateral free trade. Or actually promote exports as much as imports over time. Do you understand why? Let's realize a country must export in order to import. Otherwise, it could not get the foreign currency it needs to import. On the other side of trade, a protectionist country cannot just export without importing or investing in foreign countries. Otherwise, what would it do with its foreign exchange earnings? Well, I don't see how that's necessarily true. What, the unilateral free trade would promote exports as well as imports over time? Hence, unilateral free trade promotes exports as much as imports over time. Leaving a country's residents free to import guarantees that matching exports will be forthcoming. As defined in the introduction of this book, free trade is unhindered exchange between individuals over political borders, and its real practical content is the liberty to import unimpeded by one's own government. If a foreign government is protectionist, the second best option for the U.S. government is to maintain the freedom to import for its own residents. As economist Joanne Robertson remarked, the protectionist retaliation looks sensible as dumping rocks into a harbor because other nations have rocky coast. Base. Even if a foreign government is protectionist, the second best option for the U.S. is to maintain freedom to import for its own residents. Protectionist retaliation looks as sensible as dumping rocks into our harbors because other nations have rocky coast. Based. It's my notes. I don't care about having a quote be accurate or whatever. We're not trading China. That I always forget how to pronounce it. It's don't we just call it yuan or whatever for their goods? We're trading the USD. We don't need to export to China to. We don't need to export to China to get that to import Chinese goods. That's not no. In order to buy Chinese goods, don't we need their currency? Also, China. What is? I forget. I always forget. China. China manipulates their currency as well, but. National welfare is not increased by responding to protectionism unless the bluff works and serves to liberalize trade instead of starting a trade war. In most cases, how toward protectionism is like saying to the foreign protectionist government, you hurt your subjects, I will hurt mine too, take that. The freedom to export, in the sense of the absence of export restraints, is imposed by one's own government. It's also important. I have not emphasized this point because in the current mercantilist context, governments threaten mainly freedom to import, but the prohibition of oil exports with few exceptions by the American government until the end of 2015 should remind us that the freedom to export can also be threatened by one's own government in the name of protectionism. There's little reason to believe that freer trade will lead to undesirable trade or current account deficits. Importing goods and services does not merely prevent the production of equivalents at home, it prevents the production of more costly domestic substitutes. Protectionism replaces imports with domestic production that, if reallocated, could buy more imported goods than are produced at home. True. There's no good reason to think the free trade will lead to an undesirable trade or current account deficit. Importing goods and services does not just prevent the production of equivalents at home, it prevents the production of more costly domestic substitutes. Protectionism replaces imports with domestic production that, if reallocated, could buy more imported goods than are produced at home. Moreover, the demand for foreign goods, say foreign luxury cars, can motivate Americans to produce more in order to earn more and satisfy the demand. Remember that consumption is the final goal and production just a means. Finally, a trade deficit does not push Americans into debt or impoverish them unless it's fueled by government. Deficits, it allows foreign investors to create factories, industrial equipment, warehouses, commercial buildings, and other capital goods that only benefit American workers and consumers alike. The balance of trade. Okay. We will probably get back to this, but I do want to read the jobs one because I want to make sure we read that one. Let me just go to page like 200. What does that put us? Oh, I forgot it's short. 100. I think jobs is like the last one, or the second to last one. Okay, third to last one. I thought it was chapter 6, but 6 is about wages. Chapter 5. Would you say that you suffer from presentism? I don't know what you mean by that. Okay. I need to pee. I'll be back. Oh, I probably should have been on this like the whole time, but... Funny cat videos. Okay. Enjoy the try not to laugh funny cat videos. I'll be back in a second.
You guys, these cats, they're so funny. You guys, these cats, I just can't. They crack me up, okay? They're so funny. They're so funny and heckin' cute, guys. You guys, you guys, these cats are awesome, you guys. You guys, I love these cats. They make me happy, you guys. You guys, this is awesome, guys. This is awesome.
Guys, what one is your favorite? Huggy Wuggy Chic, Skilly Blue, Jumbo Sauce, Ben Ben, Nab Nab, I forgot his name, the Frog Dude, and yeah, Flofaline, Bambalina, Skin.
guys want to see a real funny cat? This guy. The funniest cat. Do you want to say something? Oh, sorry. Nah, he doesn't want to. If I put you on the bed, will you stay there? He's thinking about it. Oh, are you leaving? Or are you spinning around to lay down? Oh, he's leaving. Damn. Presentism is the tendency to interpret historical events, figures, and ideas through the lens of present. I don't really see how that's relevant to what we're discussing now, so I don't really know. I mean, I think everyone's subject to that to some extent. I don't know. It's hard to. I don't know. It's hard to not do that. Like everyone. Like every depiction of like the pilgrims or whatever nowadays is like. It's just like ordinary people, but like without cell phones. It's like, well, that's probably not really. Not probably how they were doing shit, right? Okay. The argument that trade destroys jobs is based on the notion that anything imported to the United States is not made here, as it otherwise would have been. It's true. You do that with Hitler non-fun. I mean, like, well, everyone. It's so hard. I don't know how you would. Not like, I mean, like, any like caricature of people in history. I'm like everyone. I think would be susceptible to that. I guess. This lowers domestic production, implies that less labor is being used, imports thereby destroy American jobs. I think you view nullification as secession with presentism bias. I'm joking. Well, but we do suffer. I'm pretty sure most people suffer from presentism when it comes to Hitler. They probably like it because it's so weird to like when you think of Hitler to not like also think of like neo-Nazis that you see today, and it's like, well, the neo-Nazis of today are completely different than the actual like real Nazis back then. Like there were no like obviously they believe similar things. That's why we call them neo-Nazis. But trade destroys jobs. It's based on the notion that anything imported to the U.S. was not made here, as it otherwise would have been. Therefore, less labor is used. I'll say less American labor is used, even though it is also less labor overall. Because, well, not necessarily less. Well, labor and capital. Factors of production. Less factors of production used overall, which includes labor. But less American labor. Less American labor is used. Imports, therefore, destroy jobs. Of course, the exports made possible by free trade require more American labor, but those jobs do not completely rebalance the ones lost to imports for two reasons. First, the current trade deficit means that net jobs are destroyed. Second, exports may come from more capital-intensive or technology-intensive sectors of the economy, while imports mainly replace labor-intensive goods. So, on balance, jobs are lost. Exports that free trade allows. Also require American labor. However, this wouldn't offset the jobs lost from imports for two reasons. First, through trade deficit means that on net, more jobs are lost than made. Second, exports may come from more capital-intensive or technology-intensive sectors of the economy. Exports may come from more capital or technology intensive sectors. Whilst imports mainly replace labor intensive sectors. The Biden admin expanded Trump's tariffs, some of Trump's tariffs. They also got rid of some of Trump's tariffs. And like I said, they're kind of, I mean, I don't fully agree with them, but like it's hard to, sometimes you don't want to unilaterally bring down tariffs just because the other side may keep the tariffs up and you'll end up quote unquote getting screwed. I don't fully agree with that reasoning, but that's the reason they did it. No side is anti-tariff. It's just who wants it more. Biden is more anti-tariff than Trump is. Like what? No side is 100% totally anti-tariffs, but like also no side is 100% anti-taxes at all. Trump still wants to lower taxes more than Biden and Kamala did, right? So it'd be fair. Like that's your argument. So. Less pro-tariff? What? Also, only one side is pro-universal tariffs. Trump wants tariffs on quote-unquote most foreign goods or baseline tariffs. So, only one side says that. Despite its apparent plausibility, economic analysis shows this argument is not compelling. Jobs versus consumption. The number of jobs is not the satisfactory metric of incomes or welfare. Firstly, the number of jobs is not a satisfactory metric of incomes or welfare. People produce in order to consume, not the other way around. Faced with a choice between working for an income or obtaining an equal or even lower income without having to work, most people would choose the latter. People produce in order to consume. Faced with a choice between working for an income, working for an equal or even slightly lower income. Or faced with a choice between working or working for an income, or not working for equal or even slightly low income. Most people will choose the latter. The purpose of work is mainly to obtain an income, and even more fundamentally, the increased welfare that makes it possible. It is true that a typical individual is both a consumer and producer, and most people need a job to earn an income, but the goal is consumption, not sweat. Thus, consumption and incomes are necessary to consume, are better indicators of welfare than the number of jobs. This means that consumption and incomes a better measure than the number of jobs. This approach does take into account the non-economic aspects of a job. For example, many people, part of their job is a consumption good in terms of dignity or self-reliance, for example, but its component would be an insufficient incentive to hold the job if income did not also come with it. It is presumably more the income and the independence a job provides than the actual work done that contributes to the sense of dignity. Many observations are consistent with this hypothesis. When remuneration decreases, the quantity of labor supply generally diminishes. Economists say that the labor supply curve has a positive slope. Casey Mulligan, you don't need to convince me that the labor supply has a positive slope. Calculates that half the depression of labor market during the 2008-2009 recovery came from the incentives created by expansion of the safety net. Gallup State of American Workplace says that survey estimates that 1/3 U.S. employers are engaged with their jobs, involved and enthusiastic. It's just that 2/3 are only there for the paycheck. Net jobs are not destroyed. Trade may resemble technological progress, which eliminates jobs in some sectors but creates equivalent or higher numbers of jobs elsewhere in the economy. Trade may also, or trade is nothing but technology. Okay, resemble technological progress, which eliminates jobs in some sectors but creates an equal amount or more in other sectors. What's up, Admiral Griffiths? Welcome. Welcome back, I mean. How are things going? Pretty good right now. Or more in other sectors. Tariffs be stupid for real. The advance of technology and manufacturing over the past few decades serves as an illustration. The decline in the number of manufacturing jobs due to technology has not resulted in net loss because the increased incomes generated by higher productivity have led to the creation of an equivalent, in fact, slightly higher number of jobs, as shown by David Arthur of MIT and Anna Solomons of, University School Economics. University. I'm calling it that. Using a data set covering 19 countries. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Who's arguing for fair trade? CTV. Critically thinking veteran. Never heard of CTV. He's a Twitch politics legend. Very intelligent man. Very worried. That's why I'm doing all this reading. Because he's a very skilled economist. I think I hear a hint of sarcasm. I mean, he is somewhat of a Twitch politics legend. That part was true. He, I think he was the Hippie Dippy champion once, or maybe twice. They were chapter in fair trade, if I remember correctly. I think they do. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure they out of chapter 7, but I told him the topic was universal tariffs, so it's not even like really about fair trade. It's not even really about what Trump says. I want to make him. If he wants to shift to like something else other than like just universal tariffs, I want to get the concession that like, so you agree that universal tariffs are not welfare maximizing, right? You agree that universal tariffs on literally everything are not welfare maximizing, right? I want to get that concession first. But did you see Biden smile at the meeting he had with Trump? No, not yet. Biden's just a chill dude. Biden. Biden-Trump meeting. Trump would have never done this, by the way. In fact, Trump didn't do this. Trump did not start to transition until, like, what, 3 or 4 weeks after? 3 or 4 weeks after the election. Gonna have to dumb things down for CTV. We'll figure it out. Trump refuses to start transition. Okay, tools. Custom range. You should say welfare maximizing. Too complicated. Shouldn't, yeah. Say hurt us. Okay, from 01, 2016 to 01, 2022. Doesn't really matter. I just need to get the recent articles. Okay, wait, before January 6th, I should have done, but Trump refuses to concede and work with Biden. He needs hunting by to go to transition past. Yeah, but they... Hey guys, what are we talking about? Welcome, Adam, Apple Eater with Rome. We're talking about tariffs, but we kind of got sidetracked to talking about how Biden recently, had that transition meeting with Trump, and I believe it was 3 weeks it took Trump after the election to start the transition process, because typically very quickly after the election, like we saw here, the candidate concedes and then they have meetings because the new cabinet needs to come in, and they have meetings and they brief everyone. I believe Trump refused to do that for 3 weeks during COVID, by the way. COVID, a public health emergency where the cabinet needed this information more than ever. But the transition process, presidential administration, is a 10 to 11-week process. This week is the second week in a process, and we're 20% of the time. Trump's presidential transition in 2016 proved that Donald Trump's transition delayed. Is a transition denied? Donald Trump reportedly told his Earth Whistle transition at Chris Christie that he could leave the victory party 2 hours early and learn everything that he needed, everything we would need to know how to run the federal government. It was not until weeks after the election that this hastily assembled transition team began to show up at federal agencies. But yeah. I already started looking at 2028, and I think I have my first guess on who will win the presidency then. Really, who? Thank you for the follow, Brywin. Oh, the bot. God fucking damn it. Okay, for example, as automation. In manufacturing over the past few decades. Is a kind fascist.
I don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Over the past few decades. Has not resulted in net loss because the increased income generated by higher productivities have led to the creation of equivalent, in fact, slightly higher number of jobs as others in other sectors. David Arthur MIT using a data set covering 19 countries over 37 years. Arthur and Summers confirmed the technological progress has raised labor productivity and reduced jobs in sectors directly affected, but finds that resulting higher incomes generated offsetting jobs in other industries. They conclude that productivity growth has been employment augmenting rather than employment reducing. Six. I don't want to fucking... Oh, why the fuck did it close? What's your final electoral map before the election, if you made one? I had Harris winning every swing state except for Georgia and Arizona. So my prediction was not the worst I saw. But it also... you know, there was actually a model made by economists that got it exactly right. Based on, I think it relied mainly on inflation and unemployment data in each of the individual states. I think it might have also had polling in it, but you saw that. It also got 2020 right, except for Georgia. I mainly go off Gallup. I didn't like put any effort or research into this. All I did was open 270 to, I mean, it says based only on vibes. All I did was open 270 to win and be like, yeah, she's winning this. I feel it. I feel it. My feelings. The facts did not care about my feelings. What's up, Gibbs? Unfortunately. Okay, read that. At least I don't have Kyle Kalinski's. Yeah, I haven't seen Kyle Kalinski's. Akana Boy had Kamala Harris winning literally every single swing state, though. At least I wasn't that bad. What was his map? Look at his map. You know, we had a perfect. Did you have it perfect, Gibbs? Kyle Kalinski election prediction. Yeah, Florida going blue. And Iowa? Oh no. It was me, the only one. Well, you're a double doctorate, right? So it makes sense. Oh no, Kyle. Oh no. That's right. I guess it wasn't this bad. He said he only went off the Seltzer poll. At least mine was only on vibes. I didn't look at it like any poll. Like I had seen like polling before, like on my Twitter timeline, but like I was just like, this is what I feel. Listen, I did not expect so many fucking people to split their ticket. Oh my god, did people not like Kamala Harris? Like, I'm pretty sure in North Carolina, our Democratic governor, Josh Stein, got way more votes than Kamala Harris. Same with in Arizona, right? Their Democratic senator got more votes than Kamala Harris. Oh my god, did people not fucking like her, dude? Well, miraculously, I think they just didn't like inflation, but the double doctorate leads to victory. The religious doctorate just call me prophetic abilities. In fact, just call me the prophet. Did you see Robinson's? Yeah, I'm in North Carolina. Yeah, I know all of the Mark Robinson lore. Dude, people don't talk about this enough. He's under investigation for $500,000 in campaign finance violations. People care about like the daycare, which arguably endangered children had a fucking uncovered outlets. People care that he watched trainee porn. Nobody cares that he actually probably violated campaign finance law. Trade should produce the same results. As we stall, trade increases real incomes, that is consumption possibilities, through the work of comparative advantage. Trade should lead to the same result since it increases real incomes, i.e. consumption possibilities. heard Trump tent cities might be a thing from the left. I don't know if that's true, but I'm here for it. The Minnesota GOP is so incompetent, are they? Minnesota was actually, dude, I was worried on election night we weren't gonna fucking get Minnesota, man. I was worried. I was like, I thought we, honestly, I thought we were fucked. I was like, dude, she picked Tim Walz, and we're still not gonna get Minnesota. I mean, since that the Minnesota GOP wasn't incompetent, Trump would have won it in 2016. Maybe. I don't know much about the Minnesota GOP, so. I was worried. I was dooming, man. I was like, I think I have some of the messages. I was like sending in my in the Discord server, like, dude, we're not gonna get Minnesota. It's over. It's over. I mean, REP has ranted about the GOP there. And if he gets pissed about a state GOP, then it's probably a damn good reason. Okay. Through competitive advantage. So must also create job opportunities. This assumes, of course, that some individuals want to work more. Some may prefer the opportunity of having more leisure, but there's no reason to think that trade will reduce job opportunities for people who don't want to work or work more. Zach Adventurous thought New Mexico might flip multiple times into the night. I had to remind him that Albuquerque votes hadn't come in yet. Yeah, I didn't I mean, New Mexico's safe, right? Does anyone talk about New Mexico flipping, really? What's up, Jack Darko? Welcome back. None Fawn 07. It was a lean this time. It's safe. It's safe. It's safe. Listen, the mail-in ballots. The econometric estimates of Arthur and his colleagues, including those from previous work. Oh, Ace Mogulou, no way. Is that how you pronounce his name? Darren. I think it's Ace Mogulou. I don't know. Nobel Prize guy. Nations failed guy. Institutions guy. And Brendan Price indicate that of the 5.88 million manufacturing jobs that were lost in 1990 to 2011, about 1 million were lost directly or indirectly because of the China shocks, and that indirect effects are other industries and aggregate demand effects. Perhaps as many as 2.4 million jobs were lost in the whole economy. Researchers calculated that a large number of individuals who lost their manufacturing jobs to China shock were not able to find new jobs or had to accept new ones with lower wages. Relatively few switched industries or moved to other regions. In other words, labor markets had been less flexible than expected, which brought high adjustment cost. As mentioned by Arthur Horn and Hansen, government assistance programs, including the trade adjustment assistance, unemployment benefits, including trade adjustment assistance and unemployment benefits, but mainly general assistance programs such as healthcare and disability presented perverse incentives to workers displaced by Chinese imports. Growing regulation should also be considered a factor in labor market inflexibility, including occupational license and minimum wages and European flavored regulation of labor contracts. It thus appears that market inflexibility was the problem, not trade and such. This is where it would seem solutions should be found. They also may have overestimated a problem, as a paper by economist Jonathan Rothwell suggested. However, this critique was rejected by them. The controversy appears to be partly about the econometrics involved. At any rate, Rothwell points out that foreign competition has effects similar to those of domestic competition, and it's not clear why we should protect workers from the former more than the latter. Okay, short-run cost. Labor market in flexibility may lead to short-run cost. For free trade. As a study by these people emphasized, the effects of unemployment, what they refer to as China shock, which I know what that is, so I don't really have to include that explanation. in the 1999 to 2011 period. The econometric estimates indicate that of the 5.8 million manufacturing jobs lost in the whatever period, about 1 million lost directly and indirectly because of the China shock, and that adding indirect effects on other industries and aggregate demand, perhaps as many as 2.4 million jobs were lost. And I say, however, a lot of this is due to labor market friction and perverse incentives caused by welfare. They may have also overestimated a problem. Long after the Trump presidency and entertainment, to that end, I endorse Alex Jones to be press secretary. It'd be so funny, dude. It would be funny. It'd be horrible, but it'd be funny. Rothwell points out that foreign competition has effects similar to those of domestic competition. It's not clear why we should protect workers from the former more than the latter. As leader, Brandon Herrera as leader of the ATF. Who is this guy? Brandon. YouTuber? Is he like a gun YouTuber? That would be kind of funny. The AK guy, gun tuber. Yeah, make him the head of the ATF. Yeah, thanks for the comment, Dr. Darko. Wait, isn't this live? How can you comment on it? Oh, this was... I'm fucking dumb and had this as a fucking... Yeah, I remember, yeah. He did try to primary as congressman, came with 400 votes of doing so. Damn. Okay, technological change on international trade drove most of the reduction in manufacturing jobs, even as these people high estimate most of the decline was manufacturing jobs knocked in by the China shock. Even with this high estimate. Yeah, I don't know. My connection is being weird. Well, it's not you. It was I stream using Restream, and Restream automatically creates a new YouTube live stream. But when it creates a new YouTube live stream, it doesn't have the description that I want because it resets it. So what I do is I make a YouTube live stream on my channel, and then I tell Restream instead of creating a new live stream to the one I already made. But sometimes I forget to do that last part, and then it creates a new live stream, and I'm like, oh fuck, hold on, I gotta stop the new one and tell it to stream to the old one, and that's what happened there. So that's why sometimes you'll see like videos on my channel that have like a really weird thumbnail, and they're like 23 seconds long. Which reminds me, I probably should. I can make the short streams unlisted after I stream them now, because previously I kept them up on the channel because I needed the watch time, and it only counts public watch time towards monetization for some reason. But now I can start unlisting these short streams, so it doesn't not half the live streams on my channel are just the same live stream but in a vertical format. That looks horrible. By the way, the left has officially has an election denier, Bob Casey Jr. Oh no. I saw there were certainly some insane people on Twitter denying it, but Who's this guy? United States Senator. Refuses to concede PA Senate race. Oh, well, I mean, he's butthurt that he lost the Senate race. This is very... Refusing to concede a Senate race that presumably is close is still... LRL is still better than relying mostly on shorts. Yeah, it's still way better than what Trump did, but... Lost re-election by more than 30K votes. Is he just asking for a recount? I know, I'm poking fun at him. It doesn't say recount. I mean, if it's close or whatever, it's fair to ask for a recount. But, like, Al Gore is the only true election denier who conceded and then made sure, dude, he made sure it was wrapped up before December 14th. Before December 14th, man. Recounts don't change thousands of votes. Yeah, 30K does seem like quite a bit. I doubt it, but. Before he did it, he conceded before the electors were even sent. Republicans tried to fucking fight until January 6th. It's like, so. And Al Gore, you know, had legitimate reasons to ask for a recount. But. Even if the high estimate, most of the decline in manufacturing jobs was not explained by the China shock. Michael Hicks and Sarikant, don't know how to pronounce that one. Devarja. Actually, Al Gore was denied a recount. Well, he asked for a recount, and then didn't they start recounting them, but then stopped afterwards, right? He probably did win Florida, too, right? Don't we, like, he almost certainly did win Florida. But they stopped the recount. My understanding is that they did start it, but it's only attributable to trades compared with 9 and 10 caused by productivity gains. By the way, Thune was elected Senate Majority Leader. Who were the people? There was Roger Stone was like the super fucking pro-Trump one, right? And then there was like is he the normal one or is he the still leaning Trump one? Or who am I? Which one's the pursue? Is it Scott? That's the super pro-Trump one. Rick Scott of Florida. Yeah, Roger. Did I say Roger Stone? I meant to say Rick Scott. He wouldn't have won the county he asked for a recount in, but he would have won the state. Okay. 63rd Thune is first non-McConnell GOP Senate Majority Leader since Bill first of Texas. Scott is meh. Those are okay. They're both basically Mitch McConnell clones. Okay. Quick thoughts on the Trump tent city plan for rounding up the hobos. What is this plan? I don't know. We just in favor or no? Like I don't know you are rounding up the hobos. I think we should just build more housing. I think there are blue cities that have done a bad job with combating homelessness. A lot of them have. The red cities are actually a lot better at actually letting people fucking build homes. Round up the hobos and put them in tent cities outside the main cities. Probably opposed. I don't know. They're probably like you saying putting them in tent cities outside the main city sounds inhumane. Like we could probably just blue areas have a severe case of NIMBY. Yeah, I know it's horrible. Like there are probably just put them in like homeless shelters. I saw it trending, testing the water, see if it's a good debate topic. I mean, yeah, I don't know. The issue is like I'm just gonna be like build more homes. That's how you solve homelessness. Is you don't let the NIMBYs fucking win. Yeah, there were probably more humane ways to do it. Putting them in 10 cities outside main city sounds inhumane. Like the issue is, like, I would say, like, increase funding for homeless shelters or whatever, but like I'm sure there's plenty of homeless shelters that are inhumane too. Like, a lot of reasons why homeless people don't go to homeless shelters is because they're fucking is because they are basically inhumane. I don't know. If you want to build like a city outside of main city and like allow homeless people to stay there, then like I'm fine with that. I probably would not be in favor of making them do it if it's a You solve housing prices by increasing supply? Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I know. Like my own China shock. Okay. Okay, these people calculate the loss, calculate that between 2000 and 2010, only 1 in 10 manufacturing job losses in the United States is attributable to trade, compared with 9 in 10 caused by productivity gains. Calculate. That from 2000 to 2010. 9 and 10. Or I don't know, let's say 9 out of 10 job losses were attributable or were caused by productivity gains. And only 1 out of 10 from trade. 10. The myth and reality manufacturing in America. Oh, wait, these are... The McKinsey Global Institute estimates 20% of job losses in U.S. manufacturing during the 2010 period were caused by trade, including offshoring. 11. What I find hysterical about one economic thing libertarians and Democrats agree on is free trade. I don't know why it's funny to me, but it is. I mean, basically everyone used to agree on free trade. Like, usually, like, I'm pretty sure before Trump, Democrats are probably slightly more free trade than, or sorry, Republicans are probably slightly more free trade than Democrats, because at least like the left had people like Bernie Sanders who were like, free trade hurts workers, offshoring, yeah. Another study calculates that less than 20% of the decline in manufacturing employment between 1970 and 1994 in 18 industrial countries was caused by trade between developed and poor countries. Sanders 2016 over Sanders 2020. I don't even know that much about Sanders in 2016. Was he that different? A few social issues and guns. Some 6 million net jobs after deducting the losses in manufacturing were created in America during the China shock period, despite the most serious recession since the Great Depression. In total, 6 million net jobs were created in America during the China shock period, or during the 1999 to 2011 China shock period, despite the Great Recession. Should also be remembered that about 10% of Americans are employed in goods-producing industries, agriculture, mining, and manufacturing, the sectors that mainly produce traded goods. Consequently, the potential for disruptions by trade remains limited. Only 10% of Americans are employed in goods-producing industries. Or I'll say in industries that mainly produce traded goods. So the potential for disruption by trade remains limited. It is true that imports of services have increased, but the American economy has a comparative advantage in those. See USA 1. It's noteworthy that these people do not seem to question the long-term benefits of free trade. Consumers who benefit from lower prices must gain more than producers lose in outcome industries. Because of poor labor mobility, this net benefit may take years to overcome the short-run adjustment costs, but there will eventually be net benefits. Consumers gain more than producers lose from free trade. So there will be a long-run net benefit, even if it takes some time to reach. That because of labor market inflexibility. The China shock is probably over because Chinese wages have increased, and other poor countries, including Bangladesh, Vietnam, and Thailand, have become new destinations for outsourcing of old-style manufacturing. The Great China Trade Experiment may soon be over, wrote them. If it's not already, the country is moving beyond the period of catch-up associated with market transition and becoming a middle-income nation. If China returns to unabashed authoritarianism, moreover, will likely lose some, perhaps much of its economic efficiency. It is interesting to note that in the 1980s, the big scare was Japan, and it was greatly exaggerated. The chief executive of Intel predicted that the United States would become a techno-colony of Japan. Although one may sympathize with the victims of economic disruptions, trade should not be impeded any more than technological progress because of its short-run cost. Trade should not be impeded any more than technological progress just because of its short-run cost. Nasaru, senior, well-known 19th century British economist, already solved the problem. If we should think it madness to prohibit to tax to use the improved steam engine because it might be injurious to those employed in raising coal, what presence is there for prohibiting or taxing foreign ribands or velvets because their importation would be injurious to the English silk weaver? To prohibit every change would be accompanied by individual injury, would be to prohibit every improvement, whatever. Long-term and dynamic benefits of international trade. The impact of trade on future economic growth must be factored into the calculation of trade's benefit and cost. A number of empirical studies have concluded that openness to trade is associated with higher rates of economic growth. Economic theory supports the idea that international trade carries dynamic benefits over and above those suggested by the static law of comparative advantage. That is, trade not only has a one-shot level effect of GDP per capita, but also increases the future rate of growth. A number of empirical studies also suggest trade has benefits over its over and above those suggested by a static law of comparative advantage. They find trade increases per capita growth, right? That's what it said. It's associated with higher rates of economic growth. Welcome to the stream. 31. What the fuck? How do you pronounce that, man? You know, I've really become a real believer in the American dream again. A man who worked at McDonald's as a German and as a garbage man just became POTUS. Truly inspirational. Yeah, exactly. J.D. Vance did the same thing. He's the story of American success. Okay, because of all the his mother had the whatever fentanyl addiction, and he overcome it and became vice president. Economic theory supports the idea. Read that. The possible channels by which trade can boost the rate of economic growth are many. Trade can increase the volume and quality of capital via imports of capital goods. It can fuel technological progress through the same channel and through the same general diffusion of knowledge. Growing competition at the world level constantly challenges producers to become more efficient. Openness to the you can watch this video. What video? Openness to the world promotes better institutions through imitation. Local corruption is rendered more difficult by the option of exporting capital. Trade allows businesses to gain economies of scale by extending their markets. This last observation brings exports back into the argument for free trade. As Adam Smith observed, the extent of the market facilitates the division of labor. Find out a political cause and text. Mariah Carey right around the corner. Gotta get through Thanksgiving first, okay? When is Thanksgiving? I don't actually know what day it is, because I might not be able to stream for a few days in that time. Do you think I can, because we go to 28th, okay. We go to like family, okay, that's later than I thought. Okay, we're good. We go to like family, friend houses for Thanksgiving, and we like usually stay the night there. Do you think I can convince my parents that because I'm doing online college, okay, I need a laptop to do online college while I'm there, and then I don't do online college while I'm there, and I actually stream instead? Do you think I can do that? Good luck with that, buddy. The mechanisms by which trade increases growth. Are many. Trade can increase the volume and quality of capital goods. I might just quote this. And then I'll bold the economies of scale one, because that's important. And I think the there's another one. Constantly challenge producer come more. Oh, this one. That I want as well, because I think this is a good argument as well. Protectionism, on the contrary, is more likely to dampen growth. It reduces the incentives of domestic firms and limits the extent of the market. A traditional protectionist argument, often called the infinite industry argument, claims that certain industries require temporary protection until they have had enough time to match the efficiency of foreign producers. In reality, these protected industries tend to remain infants forever because the producers have no incentive to become more productive. Protectionism, on the contrary, often harms growth. Even in the case of the infinite industries argument, which I know what that is, I don't have to explain it. Protected industries tend to remain infants forever because the producers have no incentive to become more productive. I doubt that'll come up because, like, the U.S. doesn't really have, we don't need infinite industries to grow. We're already, we already have, like, one of the highest GDP. I think we're outside of tax havens, which kind of distort GDP per capita. I think we do have the highest GDP per capita. We have the highest median disposable income, I think, even including some of the, like, petrostates or whatever. World by GDP per capita. I think, like, Liechtenstein and, like, those countries have more, but we're 8. Though some of these are non-sovereign states. And then, like, Ireland, tax haven, Luxembourg, Singapore, like, Luxembourg, these are mostly outliers. Ireland, kind of an outlier because it's a tax haven. Qatar is a petrostate. Norway, I don't know why Switzerland has their banking, so it kind of distorts it because, like, a lot of economic activity technically happens there just because they base everything there. Brunei, United States, it's the same. Like, Washington D.C. technically has, like, the highest GDP per capita in the United States, but it's a little misleading. Like, most people who live in D.C. aren't, like, obscenely rich or anything. It's just, like, a lot of economic activity happens there without it really being actually there. If that makes sense. There's a better way to phrase that, but the beneficiaries of protectionism seldom claim that they have outgrown the need for it. For example, most of the U.S. textile and apparel industry, despite major protection from the 60s until 2005, could not be maintained artificially. Other developed countries had the same experience. This was true of washing machines, too. The American steel industry has been protected for decades. In fact, it was protected in the 19th century, too. And it is still asking for protection. This is kind of a separate point, but I don't know. We'll do this, and then we'll do that. People who benefit from protectionism. Germany and the U.S. caught up with Britain through the use of strategic tariffs. I've seen conflicting things on that. I did read that one book about it. Wait, hold on. I'm dumb. I know how to spell this. Protection isn't. Well, I misplaced the letter, but. So rarely argue they've outgrown the need for it. There is the I remember learning about this at some point. I don't think I learned it in school. I think I just read it somewhere. The rational ignorance stuff. That, like, a lot of times, because voters have rational ignorance, like, people can lobby for their own benefit at the expense of the voters with rational ignorance.
Rational ignorance. Is it an oxymoron? Let's take a closer look. the probability that your vote changes the outcome of an election is minuscule. So why vote? In fact, a lot of people do vote, which is a bit of a puzzle for standard public choice. Perhaps they do so out of a feeling of duty or altruism. Although people vote, do they invest much time and energy in learning about what or who they're voting on? The answer here is very clear: no. If you ask people, who's your senator, who's your representative, or who's your mayor, few people know. If you ask them again, how did your senator, representative, or mayor vote on road construction, bank regulation, or farm subsidies, even fewer know. And again, that's a little bit of a puzzle because the average American spends more on taxes and regulation than on food, clothing, or transportation. But they know much less about the price, quality, and providers of government goods and services than about other goods and services. Why? It actually makes perfect sense. When you spend time comparing food prices and quality at Safeway and Wegmans, two local supermarkets, you can use your knowledge to change your actions, and you get the benefit. You might discover, for example, that Wegmans has a better bakery. So you go to Wegmans when you want really good bread. In contrast, when you spend time comparing Democrats to Republicans, your investment isn't productive. You may change your vote, but you don't get what you vote for. You get what everyone else votes for.
Median
Except in the very unlikely case
median
that your
Democrat
vote changes
voters
the outcome
genius
of the
by
election.
comparison. True.
So it doesn't pay
For
to be
real.
informed about politics, because investing in political knowledge doesn't change what actually happens. So it's rational to be ignorant about politics. Rational ignorance. The question that then naturally arises is, can democracy work well when voters are ignorant?
But then, like, I think the argument is, like, people who benefit from tariffs are able to effectively lobby for the tariffs to remain in place or whatever. Like, the U.S. sugar industry does this. Their investment does, like, directly pay off for them. This is quite reductive, but it's typical from economists. Well, yeah, it's a fucking 5-minute YouTube video or whatever, but I doubt I'm going to need to pull out the rational, ignorant arguments with CTV, but maybe. We'll see. Also, my learning of politics is not unproductive because I get to play ads and milk the 30 cents a day I get out of it from viewers. So, nope, not my first time. I talked to him twice before. Once there was like a quick call we did because I saw him debate someone. I saw him debate so and I was like, he made a dumb point, and I was like, hey, you want to chat about this? I think we talked for like 15 minutes before he left. And then I debated him on Hippy Dippy, the last Hippy Dippy show I was on. We were both on there, and I talked to him there. Okay, they rarely outgrow. Say they outgrow the need for it. The U.S. textile industry and apparel industry, despite major protection from the 60s until 2005, could not be maintained artificially. Other developed countries had the same experience. The American steel industry has been protected for decades. In fact, it was protected in the 19th century too, and is still asking for protection. And they got it. At any rate, the return on investment on an infant industry should be high enough to make up for the losses incurred while becoming profitable. But if this were the case, it could obtain financing from private investors and would not need protection. If infant industries were profitable enough to pay back the losses incurred below becoming profitable, they would likely be able to obtain financing from private investors. What's up?
Also, speaking of trade pilled, okay? Did I already like sweatshops and child labor pill you or no?
No, you haven't.
Okay, that's for another day then. Okay.
Well,
but
well, give me like a broad argument for it at least.
The gist is that Krugman has a good article you should read. It's from '90s Krugman, so you know it's good.
Yeah.
It's called "In Praise of Cheap Labor." Okay, making the point that a bad job is better than a no job. So
yeah.
For poor countries, that's the case, and it looks like banning child labor in poor countries is not really the best. It's like it just like makes child labor more prevalent,
Okay.
because now families rely on it even more. That's kind of like the argument. And sweatshops provide a standard of living better than most jobs in that area. So they're based, and a bunch of stuff. Yeah. I want to finish reading Peddling Prosperity and Pop Internationalism before I, fully neoliberalize.
Yeah.
But yeah. These are like, this is what you should start with in a conversation. Be like, I'm the resident neoliberal. I like child labor. I like sweatshops. And we don't need to protect our jobs. They're like retarded. It's like, I'm happy when manufacturing jobs are lost. But yeah, that's how you should introduce yourself. But yeah. There's a study, reverse consequences of well-intentioned policy or regulation or something. And that's the study like looking at India and their child labor ban. And they kind of show that like, yeah, I mean, the results are consistent with the hypothesis that like, families rely even more on child labor once you ban it in like a third world country. But whatever, no one cares for that. It makes you look like a demon, so you don't need to argue that ever. But yeah, I mean, a lot of anti-traders make the argument of like, oh, slave labor, bro, you want slave labor, and it's like,
Yeah, I
no,
know.
it helps both of us,
Yeah, it's
dumbass.
mutually. That's always what I say.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
clearly,
if it
trade
were
can be
not for
mutually
me buying a
beneficial.
shirt, yeah, if I would not import a shirt from China, the worker would just be like, a totally multi-billionaire. But it's because I ordered a shirt that now he works for pennies. No, if I didn't order the shirt, he would not work at all. That's better for them.
And then
Dumbass.
also, it's dumb because they
Yeah.
can't. They do that, but like half of them are also like the America First people, where they're like, complaining that jobs are being shipped overseas and like America First, America First. It's like you clearly don't care about like about this stuff.
Yeah,
If you're
well,
America First.
yeah, you cannot be America first and then be like, what about the Chinese workers? It's like,
Yeah.
okay, bro, China first, okay. It's like, yeah,
Yeah, I'm the real MAGA American First person here. Okay, I want China to be. I want the Chinese children working for us.
that's true. That's true. Wait, let me look at a chart of wait, give me a second. Countries by trade deficit. Mm-hmm. How do I reverse it? Okay, here we're in the negative. Okay. India, France, Philippines, United Kingdom, Ukraine. Ukraine is a net importer? Okay. Mexico, Turkey. Where's the United States?
What are you trying to find?
I'm just looking at the country. Oh, this is not adjusted for per capita too. Is there like a table of like countries by trade deficit per capita or something? It'd be interesting
I
to
looked
see.
at that
I'd
early.
imagine like
I didn't see per
ones would be like
capita.
Hmm?
I didn't see per capita, but I looked up earlier like OECD countries by trade deficit. It's as a percentage of GDP, not per capita, but
That's also fine.
More
That's also
evenly.
fine.
It's more evenly split than I thought. But like, yeah, a lot of some of the like Norway has a trade surplus because it exports a lot of oil, but
Yeah.
a lot of like New Zealand is like in a super large trade deficit.
Yeah. I mean, it clearly doesn't hurt a country very much if Canada and the United States are like have a lot of trade deficit.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Yeah, okay. Current account balance by country. Okay. Interesting. Sure. Okay. Where's the U.S.?
We're
Oh, here we go.
we're
Here,
like 3.3% or something, close to the bottom, but yeah.
Yeah. I see. Okay. Interesting. Well, that's about it. I just one day I'll child labor and sweatshops tell you. Okay.
Okay. Yep.
Then you go to debate like MAGA people, and you're like, I actually love losing jobs, and then you debate like progressives, and it's like child labor is awesome, and then it's like, yeah, it's like the point of being a neoliberal is to be like as disgusting of a human being as possible. Okay.
Yeah. No, I understand. Yep. That is.
Or just drop the studies and be like, guys, look at what I found. It's like, because these people never read a study in their life, okay?
Yeah.
It'd be like, oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, that's about it. Good
All right.
luck in the debate.
Yeah.
I might stay up for it. I might not. Let's see.
All right.
But yeah,
I'll
good luck.
upload it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, still asking for protection, blah, blah, blah. Amazon, which is yet to pay dividend, does not need government protection because investors expect the company, I think it did start paying dividends, but it expects the customers to company to remunerate their patients appropriately in the future. The point of being neoliberals to be the most disgusting human being possible. Correct. It is correct, yeah. It's going to be my next PPG debate. I'm going to cite the Cato Institute fucking child labor study. And he's gonna lose his mind. Some empirical studies have questioned a positive link between economic growth and openness of trade. For example, that guy, PS, I'm going to call him, who used panel data for a sample of 51 less developed countries over the period of 1961 to 2002, found that only the richest and most trade-dependent LDCs showed a positive relationship between international trade and growth. Jesus. Sakar claimed that that an editorial bias explained the mainstream academic consensus in favor of a positive link. Despite this claim, the debate seems to revolve around the paper's econometric models used for estimating the relationship between openness to trade and economic growth, and whether the results can be interpreted as causal relationship or merely as correlation. In general, however, the empirical evidence broadly confirms that the growth effects of openness to international trade. Most empirical evidence supports or confirms the growth effects of openness to international trade. This guy. Said that. However, there is controversy over the econometrics. Used in a paper. After review, they analyze data. Okay. Roman, don't know how to pronounce that, and Karen Horn Welch analyzed data from a sample of 133 countries between 1950 and 1998. They conclude that countries with liberalized trade regimes experience an average growth rates that are about 1.5 percentage points higher after liberation. All right, I'll cite the good ones first and then go to the bad ones. $27. Fuck, I didn't. Go to page. What is it? 120, I'm going to guess. Oh, hell yeah. Perfect. Literally every debate in macroeconomics, we've been debating this causal relationship for 200 years and it's unclear. True. Oh, why the fuck how did I close this too? 27. And then I'll just add, for more evidence, let's see, these. Fuck, I did not mean to Google that. Add to dictionary. Wait, I think I have this study. I have one study in the Washington Consensus that I'm pretty sure Sample sent me a while ago. I don't think I ever fully read it, but why is this just the same studies? Oh, because it is. Sorry, I thought it was one thing or two different things, but it's not. Okay. After pointing out the limitations of existing econometric estimates and the existence of other conditions, countries benefit from openness. Two other economists, these people conclude is there a link between openness and growth? Based on a survey, most recent empirical and theoretical literature, we believe the answer is yes. Nearly all empirical analysis confirm this. $28. Wait, hold on. Is there like a... Because there's two things there. Well, United States Trade Commission. Okay, I'll just cite this. Then what was CC also? Okay. It's just gonna, okay, well. Liberalization of trade appears to have been a major factor in the rapid development of many countries that were poor a few decades ago, and many economies' rapid development depend on trade liberalization, and other trade liberalization was accompanied by internal liberalization. The two effects were not easy to separate, but according to these people, trade has been the main contributor to higher economic growth, has often been. Paul Krugman, in his co-author's note, beginning in the 1980s, a number of developing countries moved to lower tariff rates and remove import quotas and other restrictions on trade. The shift to developing countries towards free trade is the big trade policy story of the past 2 decades. The old view that import substitution is the only path to development has been proven wrong, as a number of developing countries has achieved extraordinary growth while becoming more, not less, open to trade. Conclusion and another objection. W Krug, true. Common Krug W. Summarize the problems with the job loss objection to free trade. 3 lessons of economics are relevant. First, jobs are a poor metric for the welfare of individuals. There are 3 main I kind of want to call them comebacks, but problems with the job loss rejection to free trade. First, jobs are a poor metric for the welfare of individuals. Second, the objective for most, if not all, individuals is not to work, but to obtain income with which consumers and otherwise pursue their own welfare. It's because free trade benefits consumers, economists consider it efficient. A growing, efficient economy requires consumer sovereignty, not domination by producers. Second, trade increases real income, which I think I might just do it if he says that. I might just be like, hey, do you think increasing real income, other things equal, would probably lead to increased job growth? And if he says yes, I'll be like, okay, do you accept that trade increases real income? Or second one, though, changes of technology and comparative advantage do generate adjustment cost in terms of gross job losses. The job opportunities and the net number of available jobs do not decrease with trade. Second, the net number of available jobs and job opportunities do not decrease with trade, despite any short-run cost. Employment opportunities are a reflection of growing incomes, and trade liberalization increases income. Third, we must also consider the dynamic benefits of free trade. Free trade promotes future growth. More growth means more job opportunities, depending on one's preferences, and depending on one's preferences, more leisure. Third, trade has dynamic benefits too. It increases growth. Which leads to more job opportunities. Or more leisure. Point: protectionists usually offer a counter objection. People's activities as producers may well be subordinate to their activities as consumers, but individuals without a job cannot consume, even if they